that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, we're stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal, staying on cold. Some of y'all doing too much, straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends, either you with us against us, don't switch it cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto F-ing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Ryan need son. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Ryan need son. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you out of your face and call at the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, it's a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Ryan need son. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Ryan need son. Yes, sir. What's good, black family? Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to put me back because I don't need one. Malcolm in the chamber by the mean sign. Black mask, I don't need one. What's good, black family? Can I get a black power in the chat if you just tuning in? Let me get a black power. When you're walking in the door, make sure you say black power. If you watching this video later on, make sure you drop a comment and say black power. All right, let's make sure that that's understood on the check-in. We don't want the weirdos be popping up to my what I'm supposed to. Is black power. First and foremost, clean your feet. Black power. Then we gonna talk. We gotta get the doors, clean for. There we go, some black powers. As y'all walking in, later on you tune in. Just make sure you drop the black power in the chat, baby. You know what I'm saying? I know that the YouTube streets been missing black power. Man, social media is doing the social media. You know how that go. It's doing what it does. And so you got to just do what you do. The world is moving how it moves. And so you just got to do what you got to do. Don't pay attention to whatever's not working for you. Focus on what's working for you. You feel me? So that being said, what's good, black family? I tried to start this earlier, but I didn't get to, what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the network, the family. Make sure y'all tuning in. Psycho, Taz, you know what I'm saying? Damo, whenever he chooses to go live. Whomever else is in the network that I ain't get to mention. Shout out to y'all, you know what I'm saying? All power stays suppressed. I don't know what that means. Black power. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get it complicated. If you black, this is the black power on the door. And that means empowered. We want to see black people empowered, man. So y'all know it's been turned up. I gotta shout Sister Renee because she definitely was one of the first people in one of the, in this side of town that was making sure that everybody knew Trump gonna do some nonsense. So shout out to Sister Renee because she definitely was the one saying all of this. Damo as well. Gotta give Damo his, can't deny Damo was definitely saying that. You know what I'm saying? Can't deny that. But it is what it is. It is what it is now. And if you don't see what's going on, you must be blind. Blatant war against black folks. Blatant war. Man, listen. White folks is up doing what they do. And it is not to be second guessed, y'all. What's going on with these Trump folks? This Trump administration. There's no black person that should be on some, y'all just shut up. It's clear as day, brother. Clear as day. Pacific blue water, just clear, clean. You can see right through it. And there ain't nothing confusion now. If you're confused, you just don't want to see. You just don't want to see white folks or whatever, have a group. I'm not going to summarize it as all white folks. But depending on where you live, it might seem like that. Because what just happened in Tennessee, I don't know what you say. When 99% of the House votes, you know what I'm saying, to get removed blacks voting district, that's crazy. Like, wow. All right, that says a lot. Like, there's no getting around that statement. Like, there's no getting around the reality, that fact. Like, that's... Let me pull this up for y'all. Oh, no, I don't want to know full screen. Hold up.
Pedophile protector. 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 Pedophile protector.
Yeah, it's going down in Memphis. Going down in Memphis. We're going to change it back to that more. Going down. So you shouldn't be surprised at at what this country is going to do against black folks or continues to do to try to subjugate or hold black people back from being able to thrive. Like, you should know your history and know that this is the history of the country. Like, you're not getting away from that. So it's either just come to terms with it, like this is how they are. This is how they always going to be. Just gotta deal with it. Just keep coming up with creative ways to do us, because I don't know how much more blatant it gets, the attacks on history, attacks on DEI, attacks on black employment, attacks on black family. Like, they threw all the immigrant shit in everybody's face. But it was really about black folk. Really about black folk.
But on the issue of race, on the treatment of African Americans specifically, even being terrible at what they're doing has still proven to be disastrous for our country. And it is, in part, the posturing and from the White House and the president. That is stuff that validates and excites the worst bigots in the country, and that is consequential. But it's more than that, too. We are now about 16 months into what has been from day one a concerted and intense targeting of Black Americans, specifically by this president and by this administration. On his
Now, she going to list them out now for you. She going to list them out now.
first full day in office, he proclaims war on diversity efforts, not only in government, but in any institution in the country over which he can exert leverage, everything from schools and universities to law firms to private businesses of every stripe. He then immediately started firing some of the highest profile Black public officials in the whole U.S. government, seemingly regardless of any other thing about them. I mean, right away, we get the firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Charles C.Q. Brown. We get the firing of the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden. And then it's Gwynne Wilcox from the National Labor Relations Board. And then it's Robert Primus, the chair of the Surface Transportation Board. And then it's Alvin Brown from the NTSB. And then it's Peggy Carr, the head of the National Center for Education Statistics. And then it's Willie Phillips from FERC, from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then it's Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and on and on and on. When Trump and his top political...
Now, I know I work directly with Dr. Peggy Carr, and can't make this up. Like, bruh, you can't get much more blatant than that. Now, we was over here debating over DEI, having a good old shuck and jive time. Is it an attack on black people? Was it an attack on black people? Laughing at the jokes on how DEI, blah, 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 blah. My bad, y'all. Oh, my bad. How DEI, blah, 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 blah. But he definitely has been shooting. There's no denying it. There's no questioning have black people suffered, or black people lost their jobs, or black people like if you questioning them that now, you just blatantly don't care. You just purposely being obtuse, and I don't even know what to call you. You on your coon biscuit shit, Sambo biscuit, whatever biscuit you looking at, I don't know. You understand, from the hood side, people that work in the government all the same to me when you black. Now, I know you might be not on the same thing, Democrat, Republican, but you in the government. And these are like the upper class black folk. So this is like attacking quality black folks that's been in office from a bipartisan position. Like, look, I ain't got nothing to do with none of y'all, man. I'm just doing my job, man. Can't make it up.
Political donor Elon Musk then started just lopping off huge swaths of the federal government to disastrous practical effect. The largest and most egregious cuts targeted federal agencies that employed a disproportionate number of black employees. Reporter Erica Green wrote about this a few months ago for The Times, noting that nothing had moved backwards in the federal government for black Americans this quickly or this far in over 100 years, since Woodrow Wilson came in 1912 and resegregated the federal workforce. Quote, black employees were fired or demoted to lower level jobs, relegated to separate and inferior lunchrooms and other facilities, and accused or then nothing had moved back a disproportionate number of black employees. Reporter Erica Green wrote about this a few months ago for The Times, noting that nothing had moved backwards in the federal government for black Americans this quickly or this far in over 100 years, since Woodrow Wilson came in 1912 and resegregated the federal workforce. Quote, black employees were fired or demoted to lower level jobs, relegated to separate and inferior lunchrooms and other facilities, and accused of making white women feel unsafe. Those who remained were humiliated. A black worker in the Postal Service was surrounded by screens so white workers would not have to look at him. Another employee had a cage built around him to separate him from his white counterparts. A clerk in the Treasury Secretary's office was assigned to rewrite all correspondence to address black employees by their first names. The way Trump addressed the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, by her first name.
Can't make this up. Can't make it up. You know, for some folks, it's easier when the white folks say it. Your cousin's wife has been targeted by Trump. She's a U.S. representative. I believe it. He on his hit list. It was like, black folk, we got to be on our game. But the level of immaturity that's on display for me is just like, this is what y'all really focus on, being this level of racist, trying to just push back things that will actually progress in the country. Like, wow, it's okay. Like, y'all gotta be super immature. Like, super immature. The emotional intelligence of a dog, rabid dog. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just to be honest. To be honest, in my opinion. Who cares?
He crowed publicly about firing her for no reason. In the year of our Lord, 2025, and now 2026, this president and this administration is not just inheriting that history from the Wilson administration.
That always sounds mighty white. The year of our Lord. What? Makes you remember, like, yeah, this is a Christian calendar, y'all. Don't forget that. Year of our Lord, 2026. What? Yeah, son, you a Christian. Don't get it twisted. You ain't up here talking some Muslim calendar. Yeah, we use Christian calendar, baby. Year of our Lord. Our Lord Jesus Christ, our Lord. America, America, America.
It's furthering it in its own ways. Since 1965, there has been an executive order in effect. It was signed by Lyndon Johnson, 1965. Since 1965, all federal contractors have been banned by executive order from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin.
My bad, my mouse was stuck. Yeah. Big Jim Crow back in the building, son. Come on. Jim Crow is back in the building. Enjoy your YouTube channel, Negroes. Because Jim Crow is back with a vengeance. His name is Donald Trump.
Donald Trump rescinded that 1965 rule on his first full day in office. Less than a month later, Trump announced another rule change. They rescinded Clause 52.222-21 of the Federal Acquisition Regulation, which doesn't sound like much, but I'll tell you what the title of that is. It's Prohibition of Segregated Facilities. That's what Trump rescinded less than 1 month into being back in the White House. That section reads, quote, the contractor agrees that it does not and will not maintain or provide for its employees any segregated facilities at any of its establishments, and that it does not and will not permit its employees to perform their services at any location under its control where segregated facilities are maintained.
Yeah. Black MAGA should be celebrating. That's a fact. Metal Judah in the building. He said, I would advise when white folk fight, the only black folks who get hit are the ones standing too close to white folk. Maybe Judah. It might, I don't know, Judah. But this one right here, baby. Yeah, this one right here. Hopefully Dom will pop out in all the political heads, but you got to answer this one for me. Word of advice, don't be joined to the hip by no, you know what I'm saying? Howdy N-words. Dr. Mo is in the building. Pastor Cavassier. I don't know why I started singing that with your name, sis, but Pastor Cavassier. So, yeah. So, let's just go back a little bit with this one here.
26, this president and this administration is not just inheriting that history from the Wilson administration, it's furthering it in its own ways. Since 1965, there has been an executive order in effect. It was signed by Lyndon Johnson, 1965. Since 1965, all federal contractors have been banned by executive order from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin. Donald Trump rescinded that 1965 rule on his first full day in office.
Now, I didn't get to fact check that, but somebody let me know a fact check. Y'all want to fact check that he did. What is that? What does that actually mean? What are the effects of it? I can imagine, but can hypothesize. But you know, if y'all want to put the link in the chat to an article, I'll pull it up. I had a long, rough week, so I'm on cruise control right now. So I'd rather hear people argue and debate about politics, and I would have rather have a flat earther debate. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? Productive week. You know what I mean? Like a productive week. It's not like it was unproductive, but you know, we gotta, you know, just mad work to do. It's just nonstop work to do. Hopefully we'll have our candidacy letter this week coming up. You know, I believe everything is properly submitted. Be working on the website all weekend, and yeah, just mad stuff. Just working on nonstop. Working nonstop. So that's the game plan right now. And don't ask me why, you know, changed to the channel there, but just in case y'all know what's going on. But the war on black, I think we should always have the mindset that black people in this world right now, until it's something else that I don't know what it's gonna look like, we should always be expecting that politically we're not cool. He changed the government contract minimum wage to $13.30. That's violation. That's violation. Damn.
Less than a month later, Trump announced another rule change. They rescinded Clause 52.222-21 of the Federal Acquisition Regulation, which doesn't sound like much, but I'll tell you what the title of that is. It's Prohibition of Segregated Facilities. That's what Trump rescinded less than 1 month into being back in the White House. That section reads, quote, the contractor agrees that it does not and will not maintain or provide for its employees any segregated facilities at any of its establishments, and that it does not and will not permit its employees to perform their services at any location under its control where segregated facilities are maintained. That anti-segregation clause has been in government contracts for decades. Donald Trump overtly reached out to rescind it, which means bluntly that the federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors.
Now, when this was coming out, I remember this now. This was more tucked into the LGBTQ, because that's what it's titled under. That was definitely a part of it. You know what I mean? It was like, all right, the segregated bathrooms and all this other stuff for the trannies and stuff was going crazy. And, you know, we got to take the L. We allowed a lot of our political points and footings, or whatever you want to call it, foundations or whatever of our arguments to be paralleled, so to say, by other communities. And wasn't the best thing for us, you know. I know it's going to be a war when he get out of office. It's going to be like they're going to paint the country rainbow. The amount of all LGBTQ stuff will be painted. Listen, bro, it's going to take like 2-3 generations At least 2 presidencies to clean up Donald Trump stuff. I mean, it depends. If somebody like Mamdani gets in the office, no lie, like it's gonna be done on the first month. He was gonna walk in the office and executive order everything out. Like fire him, fire him, fire him, fire him, fire you, fire. The same way Trump walked in and did it, somebody got to walk right back in and do the same thing. Fire all y'all, everybody, 1, 2, 3, and you got to be petty. The level of petty you got to go after sheriffs. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to do like suit, and I think this next one's gonna because we still. I was just about to say we got 3 years left. Like, damn. Like the world, I honestly don't think the world can survive Trump at this rate. Like we gonna be around, people gonna be around the country, but I don't see how his administration is gonna be able to take the amount of pressure they wilding, son. He wilding like he really on the block. He came out and just started swinging on everybody. He really think he got the block, son. Like, y'all thought I wasn't home, wasn't me. I'm home now. What's up? He really on his, it's me. The world ain't like that no more, white folk. And you know what's good? Black folks just want to be cool. We don't want no problem. Oh, Lena was right too. Lena was right. She said it from the beginning. It's just Lena, it was hard hearing you with the Mexican music in the background. That's why I said she was talking. It was mad empanadas on the table and shit. You know, think. It's like, oh, Holmes. And it's like, you got where the accent came from. That's what it was, sis. But you was definitely singing the along. It was just coming from the TP and it had like the bachata in the background and mad bongos and stuff. It's like, all right, sis, like we get it, but can't really hear you. I told y'all years ago I was too loud though. Say, yo, you voted for Trump. Fuck is you talking about? You was not against Trump, son. Sabio, you dead voted for Trump. What are you talking about? Everybody knows that. Nah, Lena was definitely singing along. Sabio, I don't remember you in the convo like that. Honestly. But didn't you vote for Trump? I know Chris voted for Trump. I just said I know Chris voted for Trump. You know, Metal only thing he care about is tax return right now. He like, man, fuck y'all niggas, man. See y'all in 4 years, man. We done been through worse. We be all right. Yo. No, the state I ain't know. It's crazy. Some states still talking about $7 an hour for minimum wage. That's crazy. I was like, wow. For real? 2026? That's crazy. That's crazy. You anti-Republican? All right. A lot of idiots voted for him. I voted for Harris. You voted. Well, I'm not me. I ain't vote for nobody. I don't participate. I've long said Trump was an ish. There's some people that be promoting Trump. Taz be promoting Trump. He gonna pop up like, yo, Q, stop playing, son. My guy Joe in the chat, boy, was goody. What's goody? Q, I moved to this city a few years ago. Teachers only made $8 an hour. What? You shitting me, son. How old are you? $8 an hour a teacher? You capping, son. That's crazy. That's crazy, son. That's crazy. Yeah, Doc Bo, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, son. Oh, man, son. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't even fathom that one, son. $8 an hour for a teacher? That's violation. This is not only Trump. This is Project 2025 from the Heritage Foundation. Post a link now, son. You know what I mean? Like, all that stuff is fact now, son. So whatever I stay on my black nationalist, black power stuff. So my foundation is that everybody, all of them the enemy. So, you know, you can't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? You must be a fool. So, you know, it's just what it is. It's got to be, you know what I mean? It's just what it is. Sorry. You know what I mean? I know there's some good ones out there, y'all. They ain't got nothing to do with the overall conversation. The good ones don't run the conversation right now. They haven't been running the conversation for a minute, let's be honest. There go Chris in the chat. Yeah, Chris voted for Trump. Jump him. We putting tires and putting gasoline on anybody, black person that voted for Trump. Uh-oh, here go Metal with the bottom line talk. How has Trump affected y'all? I'm just saying, bro, I can't say black only. I mean, there's other reasons why. But directly stating programs for black people, that's a major thing. The removal of black history. Now, I could play the black advocate and be like, look, at the end of the day, they didn't really have a black curriculum. So it wasn't like they removed black history, but they removed Rosa Parks. That one passage on Rosa Parks. Blame the high-ass gas on Chris. Yeah, Chris and the Trumpites, man. Metal. And they be like, gas was this price last year. I don't remember when the gas was this much. And I don't remember that shit. It might have hit that for a day. I don't remember. My anecdotal history only remember this right now. She said, I owe taxes ever since he removed personal exemptions. Trump has not negative affected me. Shit. Trump has changed the landscape of a lot of shit. Like, hell yeah. He got rid of the EPA, bro. What? They was never this high. That's one direct shit, bro. We still doing our environmental science shit, but we was set up to get funded by the freaking EPA. He defunded the EPA. Cut the funding there. Then he changed the language for funding in the state where you can't do federal applications. I'm not really stressing the federal applications, but the federal regulation on language explicitly for black people is a direct assault to my organization. Because I'm definitely with the organizations that explicitly state that they're for black people. So that definitely. Yep, Monica, Dr. Mo, right? We was about to get busy with the EPA. Dr. Mo, they don't know. We had all our stuff together for the EPA, and then he shut that shit all the way. Like, hold on. You know, the EPA was really for black folks. If y'all don't know the program, he said that was literally to protect black folks. And if you ain't know, you ain't know. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Dr. Mo, warrior, Metal, come on, you can't include the hustler survival, you know what I'm saying, mentality in it. We still can quantify the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Trump is wilding. Like, they just removed Memphis, bruh. He white boy wilding, boy. Like, come on, son. He like, bro, you know how lit it would be if he didn't fire Dr. Carr? Let's start right there. Let's get personal with it. That's auntie for me right now. That's auntie. Let's get personal with it. He fired auntie. Yeah, Metal. He fired auntie. That's my auntie right there. He fired auntie for no fucking reason. Straight like that. You know how lit it would be if she was in the NAEP still with us going on right now? Are you shitting me? That's auntie. Yeah, he fired her directly. Yeah, that's fact, Metal. You know that's what? Yeah, he fired auntie. That's up. That's now it's street beats, huh? Now it ain't even on some like, nah, so you fire family, son. That's on the cuz, boy. Fuck you, cuz. All that other shit, they gonna come on that Democrat, Republican shit. You fired the family, son. You fired blood. That's crazy. Who did he appoint to the head of the CDC? I gotta post the links because I'm all over the place. I'm using this as a relaxed Friday to entertain some of my beautiful black folks. You know what I'm saying? I got you, Mom. I'm gonna go back to that video. Let me piss off some more of these Trumpites.
From having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. Make America great again, right? Recently fired and sidelined employees in the Department of Housing and Urban Development have started sounding the alarm that the Trump administration is no longer, just bluntly, no longer enforcing a federal law known as the Fair Housing Act. Fair Housing Act, another pillar of the civil rights movements and its achievements. The Fair Housing Act dates to 1968. It says you can't refuse to rent to someone or refuse to sell a house to someone on account of their race, or their color, or religion, or national origin, or any other factor against which we're supposed to be protected from discrimination. According to current and former employees of the Department of Housing and Urban Development under Donald Trump, they have dropped enforcement of the Federal Housing Act. In Trump's first year back in office, Black unemployment spiked in this country from 6.2% all the way up to 7.5%, making it the highest of all racial groups. Under Joe Biden, Black unemployment had been at a record low of 4.8%, spiking now under Donald Trump.
Rondell and his cousin, what's a good Sambo name? Fletcher? Stephon? What's a good Sambo name, y'all? Because Rondell and his cousin don't got a job right now. But they working though, they hustling. Believe it or not, Rondell is working on engineering. And the one I was in the industry that was working for white folks, he's actually a bottle boy now. He's a water boy in Atlanta. Sad shit on. Chris said on the HUD website, you still can't discriminate, and they have a number for you to call. So all you Trump haters, y'all sound stupid. And Chris said they hired a black woman, capital letters, all caps, black woman, to be the head of the CDC. You know what I'm saying? All caps, y'all. Get your fucking shit together, y'all. Now, Q is always going to signal alarms on all of them. They all against us. Lady reading us ain't with us neither.
The Trump administration, generally speaking, is bad at its work. It is bad at what it sets its mind to in all sorts of ways. But Black Americans, African Americans, have been targeted by this administration in a concerted way that has nevertheless been devastating, even though the Trump administration isn't good at anything they set their mind to. And that was all before the conservative majority on the U.S. Supreme Court, including all of Trump's appointees, voted to effectively end the Voting Rights Act a few days ago.
Chris about to defend the Voting Rights Act. What did they say, Chris? They didn't remove it. They just reworded
it. I didn't know I was on. Now, if you talking about what happened with the Louisiana thing on Supreme Court,
not a Voting Rights Act.
That was what it was about, right?
Mm-mm.
No, I don't know what you're talking about then.
As soon as the court said they would take up that case, people started mapping the worst case scenario for what Trump and the Republicans would do, particularly in the South, if the court gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the crowning achievement of the civil rights movement. and the before and after looks like the snapback after the end of Reconstruction, after the Civil War. I mean, look at the state of Louisiana there. A third of the population of Louisiana is black. Louisiana's Republican governor canceled congressional elections that are already underway in that state to rush through new maps that will presumably make sure that even though 1/3 of the population of that state is black, there will be no black representation in Congress for Louisiana at all. South Carolina, a quarter of the population is black. They have one majority-minority district represented by an African-American Democrat, Jim Clyburn. They are going to try to get rid of that one black district, so that South Carolina is all white, all Republican in representation, while a quarter of the people who live in that state are black.
Oh, Georgia looking good to me.
It's crazy.
In Tennessee, 1 in 6 residents is black. Republicans now want to make sure all 9 congressional seats in Tennessee are white. All 9 of them. They want it to be 9 to nothing, white and Republican. And 1 in 6 people in that state is black. In her dissent from the majority ruling, Justice Elena Kagan said it will likely cause the largest reduction to minority representation since the end of Reconstruction.
Yeah, Q, this was about the Supreme Court thing.
No, yo, they playing a long game, bro. Because first it was the rewriting of the law, then the states are now taking advantage of it. So the Louisiana and the Tennessee and whatever everybody else, they're gonna be all trickling after it. Yeah. So the redistricting is post the removal of the federal one.
Yeah, because what I got out of it, and when I was on the panel last time, it was me, Q, and Phi. It was late at night. And what it was about discrimination on race, you know, with the lines. You can't draw lines based on race, but you could do it by party, which is strange.
Yeah, they went to war on that race word.
Yeah, so you're gonna read the opinions, the dissent. You can listen to the arguments. It's about like a 2-hour long audio. Come with your own conclusion. But the fact of the matter is, the Supreme Court said that you cannot gerrymander by race because that's discrimination. So that's what it is.
Are they doing in South Carolina? Yep. It's going to force the pushback. Like, it's only going to, like, this level of game they playing is only going to force people to come back with a whole, like, I already know Democrats is going to come back with some whole next level of, like, y'all want to play like this? Y'all want to play legally? We got like 40 lawyers just sitting here going through every piece of the Constitution.
What up, Q?
Yo.
And, you know, I actually...
There go that pussy.
Come on, y'all. You a Christian.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know.
I'm just saying, you chicken out. I'll be quiet.
I'm going to tell you like this. If you got $5,000 to fight me, you got $5,000 for kids, nigga. Shut up.
I ain't got it.
Shut up. Well, shut your bitch ass up.
Come on. Do that like an hour from now. Do that like an hour from now. Let's get to the info.
All right, now, as I was saying, I've been paying attention to this, you know, offhanded, and I was wondering what was going to happen if they were going to move to strike the Voting Rights Act, and people don't understand how that ties into the loss of affirmative action and the things that precluded that led up to this. And what will continue to happen, it doesn't matter how much money you got. If you don't have rights, because this is actually what's being attacked with the voting rights, with the remove. If we don't have the right to vote, if they hindered the right to vote, if they can put taxes or competency tests or literacy tests or whatever on voting.
Can't do that. Supreme Court
Well,
already
you
ruled
ain't
for
gonna what up there, buddy?
They're already finding ways to go around the loophole, to find loopholes, to redistrict and gerrymander the districts the way they want to. What aren't you seeing? It's like you keep saying they can't, and they're doing it.
They can't tax you for voting, bro. You literally said that.
Yeah, what you trying to still vote your way to freedom or something?
Poll tax.
They can't do that. Supreme Court already talked about that. Can't do it.
They'll find a way. They found a way before, right?
Well, the Negroes weren't doing that anyway, so what does it matter?
They found a way before, right?
I guess.
Well, I mean, what was they doing? What were the Negroes in there doing before they did all this?
What?
What were the black people who was voted in those positions doing before they did this with the Civil Rights Acts and all this new shit that's going on? What were the Negroes doing?
They were doing whatever they could do for the people in their districts that they represented.
All right, so Madan, you're stating that the people who were there wasn't doing nothing, so they should be removed.
No, I was just asking, what were they doing? Like, can we name?
They wasn't doing nothing. Somebody in the chat said they was white. Chris brought that up the other time. Like, some of these districts need to be reorganized because they wasn't doing nothing. They just had the same black folks there for the longest.
No, I didn't say that,
Yeah.
Q. I just said.
Well, I'm kind of saying that because it seems like, well, according to the people in Memphis or Tennessee, ain't nothing really changed. But I don't know. I don't know it all, so I don't know.
You better said they're playing the long game. You're only thinking right now. They're playing the long game. They don't care what happens in the next 2 years. It isn't about the next 2 years. Y'all missed it. But go ahead and pine for y'all daddy Trump.
Well, black folks gonna do whatever it takes, either way it goes.
I wonder if you would you be saying that if you actually didn't have the right to say that?
Well, I mean, that's a hell of
a
what if.
Hell of a what if, huh?
Yeah, I can't process that because you know what I'm saying? It's hard to process that way.
So bingo, but our ancestors at one time had to process those types of ideas and live under those types of conditions.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I just think, as long as we vote locally for our people who got our best interests, but I ain't with all that voting shit, but I understand the process.
You're one
So Memphis said everything goes back to the evil Trump monster. So I'm not in the conversation, but I'm in. So Trump isn't leading this. So when Biden let in all the immigrants, right? And he let in, did that affect your job medal? Did that affect your bottom line, Chris? The immigrants that Biden let in?
No. I mean, I made more money when Trump was in office, but he don't get the credit for my money or my business.
So,
and I made that clear many times.
So it really doesn't.
No, for my personal life, it's a no for me.
So I don't think bringing up personal is fair in the conversation, right? It should be more of a socially empathetic perspective that you should be able to display.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about.
I mean,
I'm just asking because because you can ask, from my side, you can ask that question on both sides. Like, you can ask that.
So how many people? Because I don't know the answer. How many people does it take for it to be socially?
That would be where the conversation comes in. Because I'm understanding how some people rationalize like the impact that it may state that have. So like largest reduction to minority representation since the end of Reconstruction. If that happens, does that like mean anything to you, or does that? I don't like. How does that? Does that go on Trump's record? Like, does that go on Trump's record? If that happens during Trump's era, is that something that we put on? I'm like, how does that work? For Memphis in the chat too, like, does that?
Is this on the largest reduction to minority representation? Is that about Congress or other public offices?
Whatever. I'm just saying hypothetical.
I mean,
if I want to understand how do you state that? Because if I'm somebody, he said everything goes back to the evil Trump monster. So I'm trying to understand: is it supposed to, or is it not supposed to? Like, if this happened underneath Trump's administration, doesn't that go underneath Trump's administration?
Yeah, he gonna get blamed indirectly and directly.
Nah, hell nah. This shit right here go to the black people that's in position that let this stupid ass shit happen. Now, how the hell the black people that's in politics let this shit happen to where they did it this easy? You know why? Because they got caught up in this Democrat bullshit and thinking that, and that's the reason why black people all voting Democrat. And we supposed to be splitting this shit up the same way that, kind of the same way that Stephen A. Smith said it. Make both of these motherfuckers really fuck with a nigga.
But it's still fall on Trump.
Split a nigga up and just say, well, shit, I mean, it's hurting black people because all black people Democrats. Man, that shit goofy.
Well, it happened during the Trump administration, so I think it's still going to fall back on Trump.
Well, because the reason why, because the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, Chris, the people that's made the changes in the Supreme Court, Trump played the long game and got them in office.
All Republicans, except for what?
Am I wrong? Am I bugging, Chris?
All Republicans.
Yes. Trump played the long game. With his appointees, correct?
This wouldn't have happened if he didn't put those appointees in office. They wouldn't have been able to do the changes from the federal level that allowed the changes within the states.
No, I think it will still happen because, like I said, that case with Louisiana, they said that you cannot gerrymander by race. They called it discrimination. Not all the judges agreed with it, but that's what it was about. They talked about it. Because you could just play the audio. You go supremecourt.gov, or anybody can do it. They can listen to the arguments. They can read the opinions. And they can read the dissent. Most people, y'all might agree with the dissent. Some of y'all might agree with the opinions.
So again, we're at this point in this conversation because we have a president who has stacked the deck in his favor to have policies and initiatives pushed for a particular narrative that affects a particular demographic of people. And it seems like the people that it's affecting, there are some people who are willing to dance and act like these policies are not impacting us and will not impact us for years to come. This shit right here, the disconnect is unreal.
Well,
I don't give a fuck how much money you get. If you disconnect from your people to the point to where you can find excuses to why the voting rights, stripping of the Voting Rights Act might be plausible and good.
They didn't strip
it. Wrong with you niggas.
Well, it's still fall back on black people's fault. You know, we should have handled our business.
There's something wrong with all you Trump supporting ass niggas.
Well, I'm just saying we didn't handle our business as a people. So it's still falls on us.
How did this?
Can you show me where the Supreme Court stripped the Voting Rights Act?
How is this on black people though, Don?
Strike.
Because I think when people like Malcolm and all them was telling us, hey, we need a plan. When people like
No, but hold on. Listen, I'm saying that because most black people didn't vote for Trump, so this wouldn't be on them.
No, I'm saying when I say that part is fall on us. It's like when Malcolm and Claude Anderson all these people years ago said, "Hey, black people, we need to come up with a plan, a solution to do something for us. We need to build up this and build up that." And I think a lot of us just said, "Nigga, we got convenience with the white man shit." And so now I think all that plays until what people talk about now. But
it's
I could
the
be
black
wrong.
people's fault because these niggas following these white boy Democrats instead of doing their own thing.
So you're saying they should be? I'm confused. So you're saying they should have voted for Trump?
Yeah, they would have been able to get some shit done instead of being in this stupid ass position to where these niggas done wiped out the whole thing to where now niggas got to scramble just to be able to make some shit happen.
So you're saying that if black people voted for Trump, then
yeah,
Trump
man. I mean, the shit ain't going nowhere. So this all done. So this all that black people need to vote Democrat or black people need to vote one way. Nah, that ain't how the shit goes.
No, so you're saying that if black people would have voted for Trump, we would have not been. I'm Lord Trump.
Hell yeah, because that many black people wouldn't have got caught up on the Democratic side as far as losing jobs, being caught up within that political war where them motherfuckers is getting at Democrats. Like if you're a Democrat, they get you up out the way.
Hey, Vito.
But now they just trying to say, oh, well, it's black people, so it's Democrats. But nah, they playing a political game.
Vito,
and we up here thinking it's some old racist ass shit. No, it ain't racist. It's political.
Vito, did you know under Biden, black unemployment rate was higher than it is under Trump? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you even read anything?
What's the numbers? What's the numbers? Compare the numbers then. Show us the numbers. Compare the numbers.
8.1 or 9.1.
Nah, show us the numbers.
I think y'all getting off topic. I think y'all getting off topic.
This nigga doing all this motherfucker. Nigga, the unemployment. Nigga, down and get your own bread, nigga. What are you talking about, nigga?
Can you pull the numbers up? Because I think it was like 8.1 and I think they're at like 4.8 or 4% under.
They crying and shit like a bitch.
Your daddy.
Terrible, man. Nigga, that's why the fuck.
Come on, man. Y'all getting off topic, bro.
Your mama should have swallowed.
Yo, come on, yo. What the hell, bro? It's Friday. Don't crash out till 1 o'clock.
You ain't lying, man.
Your mama should have swallowed.
There's not enough people to be crashing out.
Yeah, what was you saying, Q?
Not enough people to be crashing out yet.
No, I'm saying before what Vino said about if they would have voted for, if black people would have voted for Trump, you were saying something.
I was just trying to understand the logic, because he was saying that if we would have voted for Trump, we wouldn't be so much with the Democrats. But I'm like, we live in democratic cities, so it's kind of the majority of black folks live in democratic cities. So it's
that's the goofy shit. We say, well, it's a democratic city. No, it's not a democratic city. See, that's the dumb shit that we done got twisted into to where it say the black people are the Democrats. The black people are not the Democrats.
What?
So if I go online and type in Republican state, it's not going to show me a state that's majority Republican. I'm just asking because I thought that's, and if you look at where most black people live in states that would be considered Democrat. Am I wrong?
And that's what I'm saying. We done got caught up in this political thing,
I'm just asking
being us so attached to the Democrats.
I'm asking you if that's right or wrong. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's wrong for us to be so much attached to the Democrats. Yeah, that's so much.
Did I use the verb attached? I'm asking you if you type in and look up where we live, the verb we live. We live in a region that is already underneath a specific political view. That's what I'm stating. So if you look at that region, most black people live in a region that's politically aligned with a certain view. I'm just asking, like, is that incorrect?
I say no. They not.
Yeah, that's correct.
No, they not. It's just a cultural thing. Most black people don't even vote like that.
votes, though, you know.
Most black people don't even vote like that. Most black people don't even vote.
Well, that's how the map is just black and white. That's how the map is formatted based off the voters.
And that's why we in the crazy shit right now, where they can say, well, you know what they doing political just through race, and you can't do it through race. But we trying to hold it to us like, oh, it's racial. No, it's political.
So you're stating that if we would have been with the Republicans, we would be better off?
They wouldn't, hell yeah, because they wouldn't attack me so hard.
This nigga's stupid.
Well, I can kind of see what he's saying, because it seemed like ever since Trump got back in office, anybody that opposed him or went against him, he knocking them out the box, firing them, getting them up out of there. So it seemed like he got. Well, he did say that. He said that during Charlie Kirk thing, he said, "I don't forgive my enemies or those who went against me." So I think that's what Vito's saying, is like, you know, if we would have, I guess the black people would have sided with him, you know, they would have had a little bit more grace.
Right.
What's crazy is y'all like playing footsie with both sides. Like, and now it's like y'all recognizing, because something that a lot of us have been saying for a long time. Neither one of these political parties have our best interests, but y'all, in their minds, neither
so
one.
So why you crying about the damn political? So why you crying about it right now?
Hey, shut up, stupid. Shut up.
That was a good question.
No, it wasn't, because I'm trying to make the point. So if his dumb ass will listen and your dumb ass will listen, y'all might catch it.
I don't want to catch it, but go ahead.
Don't ask no stupid ass questions and respond to stupid shit. Put cotton in your ears, motherfucker.
Man, just say what you gotta say, bro.
So again, while y'all playing footsies with the Republicans are showing you idiots they don't want to play footsies with you niggas.
No, they don't want to play footsies with Democrats. They get the Democrats up out the way. See, this nigga got this motherfucking hearts and shit attacked to the Democrats, nigga. Get your feelings up out the shit, nigga, and play the game right, nigga.
You keep wanting to throw Democrats. You keep wanting to throw Democrats. I'm gonna use Democrats, so you recognize that I'm not.
So why you saying that Trump attacking black people?
I'm going to use the word Democrat.
So why you saying Trump attacking black people?
So your dumb ass will recognize that I'm not for the
Democrats. Trump attacking black people
or the retarded.
Man, this nigga just ramble.
Don't turn it into a shit show, bro. Come on, man.
Shut up.
Hey,
All you have to do is shut up.
Yeah, do you have 2 hours and 30 minutes to listen to the oral arguments on this case?
No.
Oh. God damn, Chris.
I just want y'all to get the context of what's going on. Do not let the media lie to you.
So break it down in a nutshell.
Where can I hear that audio at?
Break it down in a nutshell, Chris. Pause.
Link in the back chat and the public chat right now.
Right,
so, won't you just break it down in a nutshell after Savior?
I mean, you can't gerrymander by race.
Oh, okay. You've been saying it now.
Okay. Yeah.
So do you think servicing by race is something that should happen?
I mean, if there's an argument for discrimination, it's going to get shut down.
No, I'm asking, do you think there's a space where discrimination can legally be sound?
Happening in our state.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and answer that question, Chris. Yes.
It's happening in Missouri right now.
Dang, that's a good question, Q. I don't have the answer for that. I don't know.
But what's crazy is it's happening in states like Missouri. All you have to do is look.
In the chat, do y'all think there's a space for discrimination?
Unfortunately, it is in this country.
Explain.
This country was built off of discrimination, so there's always going to be a space for something that this country.
No, but I'm based off of what right now he's saying racial discrimination or bias or preferencing is no longer allowed federally. So based off of Trump doing that, it's a chess move. Like, I'm gonna do this, which is gonna cause you to do that. You know what I mean? Like, that's
yeah. And also, you know, Ketanji Jackson, I know I'm pronouncing her name wrong, the new Supreme Court justice, she even said that discrimination is wrong. Not about this case, but
Yeah.
last year. Because
Yeah,
she wrote an opinion on the case, and I can find it. You can hear it.
I read some of the opinion when she wrote it. I don't remember the opinion, and it was.
What about explicit servicing? Do you see a difference between explicit servicing and discrimination?
I mean, Q. I live in a world that I think discrimination is wrong.
I didn't say. Now I'm asking about explicit servicing.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question.
A women's shelter, a men's lounge, a male empowerment center. Should men be able to have an empowerment center? Should
if it's private, that's different. If it's public, then no.
Private and public cross lines in certain areas.
Yeah, it does. Because
you got all women's college, bro.
For example, black boys have a higher propensity to violence allegedly in most inner cities. Should there be programs that are specifically catered to focusing on stopping the crime found amongst black boys?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
What about if the program says this is dedicated to black boys?
I don't have a problem with that.
That would be discrimination, though.
Yeah, see that's why I don't know how to answer it, because I don't know.
Because I think you still got some all women colleges or universities that still exist. I know they integrated some of them, like down in Mississippi, but I think Pittsburgh still got a all white or all girls university, but it might have changed. I don't know.
Yeah, you got the Freemasons. That's an all male fraternity. So I don't know.
Yeah. Should issues that pertain to a specific population be explicitly described in the language of their mission?
And that's the problem. And
yes, it should.
Question. That's the question that hasn't been addressed. And that's why these conversations are so apt and so vital, but so difficult to have, because if you add that language to the petition or to the writing, how will it be addressed, and who actually fits that narrative now becomes part of the play, because now we have all these fringe groups.
Well, when y'all say public and private, you can do things publicly in private.
Mm-hmm.
Trump removed that.
Yep.
So, for example, I'm not a public organization. We're a public organization, though. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know what I'm saying? And then depending on the level of funding you get from the federal sector determines the type of policies you must have in play. And I'm just stating that, like, there's tons of, yes, you can be publicly, for example, there's tons of nonprofits that are formed to create specific things. You created a basketball program for black kids in the community for basketball. You created a chess program for girls. You created a program for trannies. Like, you can do that on your own. But once you specify the specific community and you're specifically discussing black people, now your language has to change.
Right.
So if you state that you want to do a program for black kids, you can't say for black kids.
You have to say for kids or underprivileged kids,
Mm-hmm.
kids in the urban community or underserved kids or something like that. Struggling kids with low GPA or something. It gets weird.
Memphis, so you're saying it doesn't, this isn't a reality? When you say Trump got folks shook, I'm kind of confused. Because I was told to rewrite my mission statement and the agenda of the Institute by Metal Judah and several other people. So I'm going to be clear, like, is that not directly in relationship to the current place, environment, politically? Chris as well. Am I lying, Chris?
No, you're not lying.
Is that not directly related to the federal changes in the language that must be required for nonprofits who service the community?
Damn. And I know this because I work with a 501c3.
All right, so I guess there's because I'm finna pull up what's this case this most recent one June 5th of 2025, Ames versus Ohio Department of Youth. It's about discrimination. I think it means something that we're missing. So let me pull up the opinion. So what?
Is that
Ames AMES.
I'm just trying to keep the convo going, Memphis. Y'all, I'm going off of y'all response. Don't even mind me meddling y'all. I'm just trying to keep the convo going.
Yeah. AMES versus Ohio Department of Youth. That was the last.
Is that about the Boy Scouts?
Yes, and that was the one that Ketanji Jackson wrote her opinion about discrimination.
Yes.
So there might be something that we're missing about what discrimination is according to the courts. So let me find it.
I mean, honestly, I'm asking this because as much as we could attack, like, there's a sideline to this.
Right.
To me, how do I word it? Damn, this is gonna feel like I ain't gonna lie. The Democrats, like, I'm still mad at Obama for what he did to the discrimination clause. He created this whole space. He was supposed to go back and make sure it was specifically for Black people. He turned it into the gay agenda. And then he changed the whole shit where you got to be open to everybody and you got to specifically say you let all agendas in.
And that was that fucking compromise that he had to take. I hate that.
So I you know what I'm saying? I cannot state that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that is a Democratic thing right there. You know what I'm saying? That is a Democratic thing. Just as much as we want to say the Republicans, that is much of, you know what I'm saying? I was pissed at that because that directly affected me as well.
But man, you see how they worked him? They worked the shit out of Obama. It was like, we're not gonna give you that unless you do that.
I don't know. I'm saying, like, that was
kind of slick.
I remember when they told me that a boy that says they're a girl is a girl and a girl that says they're a boy is a whatever, and you got to address them. I'm like, what?
Man.
What?
I was confused as fuck. I was confused as fuck. And remember, this was a time when I was in school.
But that was your guy, Obama.
I was trying to become a teacher, and that shit fucked my whole thinking up. I'm like, how could I sit there and teach kids that? No, shit ain't gonna work. And then
now, when did Trump fuck a nigga whole head up like this?
They were reading.
We didn't have Trump fucked up a nigga whole head doing goofy shit like this.
On Epstein Island.
Hey, man, this shit dumb, man.
On Epstein Island. Shut up, nigga. Shut up.
So do you think Black people should have, like,
then a nigga went straight to some police shit? Like, come on, man. Like, that's the fake shit that a nigga talking about right there.
I don't know. I'm talking about, do you think explicit servicing should be done or race-based servicing?
I think so.
Nah, but what we done been through over here, because if that's the case, then they can still do the same thing they was doing to us a long time ago.
Shit, the black dollar circulate more.
I don't understand.
But shit, we won't be able to get certain products because we ain't the owner of the resources. So
we got the internet now, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So they can stay giving us some cheap shit and stay giving us some old goofy shit instead of, you know what I'm saying, we're getting that high dollar shit.
So I guess it depends on if you're gonna get it from brick and mortar or the internet.
You see how the nigga taxing them right there.
I'm kind of lost at the response. So do you think programs should be dedicated to specific populations?
I do.
It could, but it ain't gonna happen over here.
No, it already does happen. Like ex-felon programs for Black felons, programs for
but not race bound, no.
They were already there. Do you think there's a space where that should happen in any
for race bound?
Race-based, yes.
Yeah, I think it should, but it's gonna be hard to do that when we've been discriminated so much against over here. Because you're gonna have Black people saying, we need to be in there too. We need to be over there also.
Well, what a tangle web.
All right, here's the Ames versus Ohio Department of Youth. Here's the opinion. Giving that to y'all if y'all want to read it.
I remember reading.
It's only 26 pages.
You can now say for foundational Black Americans, what? You can't say Black, bro. Just because you say foundational with it doesn't make it. No, they don't want you to say Black. You can say foundational American. Yeah, they'll love that. Do it for white folks. We celebrating. What we doing? Which one of these white folks we celebrating?
They waited for Memorial Day and 4th of July. Niggas waiting at the barbecue and shoot their fireworks like they was free on July 4th, 1776. That shit crazy to me.
Latinos don't discriminate. They don't buy with Blacks. Asians don't discriminate against Black-owned restaurants. They don't eat there.
Shit, come to St. Louis. See them
That's
niggas
political. That's a
red.
political move. That's political like a motherfucker when they do that.
Asians in the red line in St. Louis all the time on barbecue. They be, man.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on, yeah. I already know what that means, but
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I'm just trying to be fair. Like, if you see these Black folks getting fired, it seems like this government is doing these things to get Black folks. Like, I get what Vino was said when he was like, yo, this retaliation. Y'all niggas voted against me. Fuck y'all. I'm attacking y'all. That makes sense. Like, that to me makes logical sense. Like, 70, 80% Black folks voted for them. You're like, what? Y'all supposed to be my niggas, man. Diddy. And he said, y'all Manosphere niggas ain't vote for me neither. Y'all niggas went with these bitches. Oh, it's for all y'all. It's for all y'all niggas, man. Jordan, he woke up, fuck Jordan, fuck Oprah, fuck Diddy, fuck all these niggas. Every one of these niggas is going, it's all for all you Black motherfuckers. Tyson, don't call me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see his old senile ass saying that.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, I don't forgive my enemies. Doing that Charlie Kirk funeral shit. Niggas, I don't forgive my enemies. I ain't Charlie.
Yeah, so AQ, on page 7 of this, I think this is for this specific case. When it comes to discrimination, you employers can't do it on employees of the race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. And that statute is 255 42 USC blah 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 blah. So I don't think this answers the whole thing about discrimination. I'm still reading though.
You got to go to the affirmative action case. You got to read the dissentment.
Do you know the name of that? Well, I can find the case.
When they did it, was last year when they struck it down? He actually stated, Dr. Carr and I had a deep, long conversation about this because I'm with the argument. I'm with the shits. I'm ready to do the argument. I still keep it within the lines. They be like, Q, you doing too much, man. Just focus on the program. I'm like, yo, bro, there's a whole argument though, son. Like, we need to stand on our ground, bro. But, it's like, nah.
What's your argument? Are you for or against the removal of it?
Removal of what?
Affirmative action.
Explicit servicing based off of atrocities committed or allowed by the federal government needs to be addressed. The failure of a program to address those was the reason why the program was shut down. The judge didn't state that the reality didn't exist. He said the program failed to actually execute a meaningful impact on that reality. So he never stated that the reality didn't exist, that Black people were impacted by the government. So for me, that was like a very like Chris said, read the argument so you can see what the quote from the judge. I got it somewhere in my drive.
Yeah, because it was about the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, and it was about college admissions for the affirmative action case. So discrimination, I'm assuming just by reading some of this, it's a case-by-case issue.
Well, no, they struck it down because of the language of one. There was a program that one school in New York had, and another school in I think California had, where the Asian kid wanted to get in.
Right,
and I think both of these were Asian kids, and one was a white kid that wanted to do a program that was for Black minorities.
And
And they started, and I've been seeing those pieces. I'm like, yo, y'all need to stand on y'all square and stand for the argument. But you got a lot of people that's in between the argument where they benefiting off the system. They happy go lucky with their tax money. So they not standing up and talking about like, yeah, white folks, this happened to us. You need to have a program. They more like, man, listen, I got me a Cadillac. I got my house. Man, I'm good, son. These niggas need to get a job, bro. I don't even know why we got to put Black on it. It's America.
Ooh. Times have changed. That was 400 years ago, brother.
Yep.
That's it, crazy.
I know, but I do feel that that Black people do need the benefit of the doubt to be able to do what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? To have our exclusive programs and also be included in, whatever programs that is out here because of what all we done been through. So, you know what I'm saying? And I think that should be part of the reparations part too. Like, yeah, we need reparations, we need psychological help, and we need our own programs, and we need to be also a part of the programs also.
Man,
you definitely need psychological help.
Niggas tiptoed, bro, and was milk toast. Like you was saying, our people didn't stand 10 toes down, man. We said, oh, it got better. Oh, times has changed, and things have changed, and everything rearranged. We all right now. Like I said, we got the lack with the fifth wheel in the back. You're going out, hey, niggas said shit. Times have changed,
I ain't gonna lie, like, I didn't use the word tether with Obama, but that was my issue with Obama. He was not in alignment with Black folks. When he got the Black card without doing no real alignment with, like, son, what did you not, bro? How'd you turn the Civil Rights Act into the whole gay? What the hell? We still getting lynched,
man.
We still getting shot. Trayvon Martin could have been your son. You said that. What?
They vote for that nigga on the second term.
Like, wow, you voted the first time? Damn, he got you.
Because he was Black. Because I'm like, all right, well, shit. Them niggas said there gonna never be no Black president.
I respect.
You know what I'm saying? They gonna never shit. Everybody supporting like, all right,
I got cursed out left and right and all up and down.
Say you got.
I don't vote for none of these niggas. They all crackers. You can't selling me down, niggas, man. I got cursed out up and down. Then I remember I almost got into a fight in Harlem. Because when I first saw the T-shirt with Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and then motherfucking Obama, I wanted to spit on that shit, son.
Man, for real, bro.
I had a whole moment. Fucking cool, sell out. You got that motherfucker on the shirt. Y'all niggas ain't. I had a whole moment on the ass.
That's right.
Crashed out back there.
I crashed out on that one.
I feel that, bro.
I was like, nah, Q, I gotta leave Obama. Obama was. Y'all tell it how y'all want it. At least he was honest. Obama was an angel to the Black community. You couldn't say nothing about Obama that first year. Son, vote or die. Niggas was telling niggas vote or die, bro.
And niggas still was dying.
Yeah, that was like, what I said.
White folks is telling me,
die.
Like, I don't even, don't tell, and don't, and when y'all talk about Democrat cities, and that's why I understand, New York City is all Democrat because the white folks don't, too. Them gay liberals, Jewish liberals, and all them other ones, it's not just Black folks that make the city Democrat. That's how I'm like, no, when I was working there, these spots, them white folks was also arguing, why wouldn't you vote for, he's a Black man.
Once I seen he had a white mama, I said, oh, hell no. No, okay, I ain't gonna do it.
They used to make at me, white folks, they used to look so disappointed. Like, how could you?
That was one of the first I learned when I learned about him, heard about him. Because when you move to the Midwest, you start hearing about Midwest politicians. and he was one I heard about. I was like, who is this dude? So when I looked into Jeremiah Wright, I was like, this dude got a white mama. Like, I didn't ever think he was gonna get moved up to from a senator though. I didn't think he was gonna ever get moved up from the senatorial seat that he had up in Chicago. So when it happened, I was like, oh shit, what should I do? And he just started gaining momentum. So of course I supported him because he was black. But I knew he had a white mama.
See, when I found out he had a white mama, I knew. I said, "Oh hell no, this nigga ain't gonna do nothing for niggas."
You voted for him though?
Nah. I got on my first YouTube page. I got a video when I had my show. Like I had a show on YouTube back in like 06, right? And I was talking about Obama. Like I was talking about how this nigga was gonna take back black people back into slavery. Yeah.
He just didn't stand on the argument of like this is for black folks. He dropped the ball a lot with the comment. He really dropped and made today's tether argument for FBAs. Like for me personally, before anybody was saying, man, he's an immigrant. His parents ain't here. His mom's is white. He's not black. Oh my goodness, the arguments I got in because he had a white mama. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh, I'm like, this is not black. His mama's white.
Hey Q, I found the answer. For that affirmative action case, they cite a whole bunch of different discrimination cases, but what they are focused on is the emissions part that was being discriminated. Because Harvard, it says Harvard was not trying to dramatically drop off the minorities' emissions. They're trying to keep those numbers up.
Yeah, it's some if you the shit don't got nothing to do with us.
Has everything to do with
bro. If you look at the history of most of these cases, it's Asian people suing to get away from black people or to get it's crazy. Like if you go down the line of it, like that's been the people. The one in 1990, I think there was one in 1990. There was one in 1998. Asian folks and or white boys ran trying to get into programs. It was like, why am I not a minority? Or I didn't get in because the space was filled by a minority. Like, how the fuck do you know you didn't get in because a minority got in? Well, they only said they had this much students last year. We have this many students this year, and this out of this many students this year that came in, this many were because of DEI, and I didn't get in because they gave these seats to my. Literally, that was the argument. Like, how the nigga they didn't want you in the fucking school? You're a weirdo. Go to another school, like everybody else does when they get fucking turned down. Go to another school. No, you want to sue because you think they gave you a seat to a fucking black. You can't make this shit up. Yeah, Asians been doing that since the 70s. Yeah, but you already know we go straight to the dictionary, the laws. Like, yeah, most of them cases in the Asian folks want to get away from black folks. That's how the definitions of Negro and some. I ain't gonna go in, but yeah. Somebody said, what value do black men have once we outsource all responsibility to government and white society for community uplift? Alfonso Moore, I think
so Q, what Harvard fucked up at, Harvard had this thing called the LOPE. It says the final stage of Harvard's, and this is page 11. The final stage of Harvard's process is called the LOPE or LOP, during which the list tentatively admitted students is went out further to arrive at the final class. Hello?
Yep.
Am I echoing?
Oh, no, you good.
I'm echoing on my end. Hold on.
I don't hear it. That was Savio Cat came in.
Yeah.
All right, let me find it. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so everybody just read page 11 because there's a case on what Harvard did. I think that's what Harvard fucked up at.
Yeah, and black folks just went along with it, and they shoehorn that shit had nothing to do with all other shit. Black folks, what this got to do with race and admissions? No, nonprofits need to be able to explicitly state race. I am ready for that argument. I am ready And everybody's like, no, Q, don't focus on it, son. Nah, son. I'm like, y'all niggas is pussy, son. Straight like that. I ain't gonna get y'all know. Let me chill with that argument. Let me chill, because I don't want to disrespect for nobody. But y'all know, I gotta shut up. I gotta turn off my black side, my RBG. Like, y'all niggas pussy, son. Fuck out of here, son. Like, what are you talking about? This is for black people. Yes. The same niggas you said is shooting up the street. We made a program for them niggas shooting up the street. Now we can't say for them niggas shooting up the street. Are you dumb? Like, what are we talking about? But you get the call
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
Everything at the name. That's crazy. What are we talking about?
Crazy.
Yeah, we forgot to fight.
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
We thought the fight was over.
Yeah, they let that one right there. They played the hell out of that one, son. And it was only because of what Trump did in the federal office with them fucking them fucking judges. Like, I ain't gonna lie, that was boss play, son. That was Raymond Reddington shit right there. He's like, son, I get these judges in here, son. These niggas, everybody suck my dick, so I do what I want, son. The fuck is you talking about? I got the judges, my nigga. 4 of these niggas in my pocket. I call them right now. What you want? Fuck is you talking about? That's
Well, Q, to play devil's advocate, you know, the judges, they didn't always rule in his favor when it came to the Supreme Court.
You got to roll your dice. You know what I'm saying? You can't make it look like that every time. You got to roll with the country. You know what I'm saying? You can't win them all. Like, they said, like, Trump, we can't give you everything. You know, some of these things. He's like, look, man, all right, I'm going to give you 100 of these shits. You shoot down, long as I get 40 or 50 of these shits, it don't really matter. These niggas don't want to vote for me. Fucking Diddy. This nigga Diddy. Oh, let him sit up. Yeah. What?
Yeah. As long as I got more wins than losses, I'm all right.
This nigga Diddy want to go against me? You're fired. Send this nigga to jail. Hey, for the die. Fuck. Open up a case against Obama. I don't care what you find.
That nigga said Diddy was a good friend of mine. I don't know what happened.
Hey, so let me ask you this, Q, buddy. If there was a black president, do you think that he should do what he want to do like Trump is doing? And get his shit lined up and be like, nigga, it's me against the world, nigga. Fuck it. We doing it.
I don't.
Motherfuckers busting at me, motherfuckers trying to kill me, motherfuckers trying to take my money, motherfuckers trying to lock me up, nigga. Fuck it. I'm fit to put nigga full throttle.
With my mug shot.
Meadow said when he was a city commissioner, we wanted an all-black police force. We never said it publicly. We just did it. You see the difference? Let's talk. Just do it. I feel you, man. Y'all old school motherfucker. You remind me of my pops. I hate that invisible man, that invisible Negro shit, man. Shh. Shh. I'm on my invisible Negro shit too. I'm that's why I feel you, but it's like, no, my Brooklyn side is like, fuck these niggas. My New York side is like, suck my dick, cracker. And I'm like, all right, chill, Q. Invisible man. Then Metal gonna call me. Chris talking all this shit, he gonna Q. You know what I'm saying? They go Aaron. See all the money, nigga. I can't stand you. Got money in the bank, Negroes, man. All you got money in the bank, Negroes is like, look, man, just reword this shit. Figure that shit out.
Oh, Bobby Knight done popped up.
They don't want to offend nobody. We ain't gonna offend nobody.
We ain't trying to upset nobody. Then shut your ass up and change the picture.
We got good water over here.
Why?
Damn, is that what they telling you, Q, that you can't do it like that though? Because of that, because of the way the laws is, like, you know, I mean, it really can't be nothing for black people like that as far as the funding and shit.
Forget y'all, no offense. Some of one of my mentors. Now, my pops, I can't even come up. Niggas get old, so I know when people get old, their political views get real different. But I was gonna say that shit bothered me, son. He's like, yo, Q, you got to roll with the times. You know, we can't say race. No, I was like, bro, what the? What? Matter of fact, all the elders. I ain't have one elder I called that wasn't like Q. No, just you don't have to say black. I'm like, son, what the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about? You don't have to say black. You know, man, listen, I could be Dr. Carr, Bob, I'm like, they fired you because you black. He's like, yeah. She's like, yeah, Q, but that's not the way you go about this. I'm like, son, oh my goodness, son. Oh my goodness. My balls.
Can you peep out this? Well, let's see if we can peep out this angle as far as, okay, well, it's a possibility it'll be more racist, more money, but the foundation of what you pushing into the kids is some black shit.
I get all of that, bro. I'm already with y'all now, son. I'm rehashing old Q vibes. Y'all already won. I already changed the website over, so we are the world program now. I'm already with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to take the picture with the Asian group and the black group holding arms and shit. No trannies. I'm not no medal. I don't care. No, we're not doing the trannies. No.
Hey, yo. For real, man. I mean,
it's like, man, listen.
You still got to put out black on the application. So, I mean, it's like, why can't we just have something that's just black?
I'm trying everything to be that shit. I'm like, son, all right, I got you. You got to do what you got to do. I'm like, all right, man. Like, can you quote Martin Delaney's middle name? What is the first episode of We? I'm going deep. Which Bill Cosby? Which Cosby episode was the best for you? What are your thoughts on Martin? Yeah. How do you feel about the way Martin made fun of Pam's skin? Like, we gotta go all the way black. Macaroni and cheese. Should it be baked or mixed, or should you put mayo in it? Yeah, I gotta do questions like that. It's like, huh? Like, oh, yeah, you're clearly not a. This isn't gonna work. Yeah, we've had capacity.
So is that what they be doing in them Jewish schools as far as, you know what I'm saying, excluding people?
You know what's crazy? They got the religion. See, nobody touches
They got the religion test.
You know, a sister told me this years ago, and I thought she was crazy. She was a lawyer. She was like, Q, you need to make black power a religion. No lies. She told me this.
I remember you said that angle one time.
She told me.
Hey, you seen that? Y'all seen that case that went down in Florida? Where the church people wanted to start using mushrooms and different mind altering drugs to run a program, so they turned it into a religion. And they said, and the law says, long as you up on a religion, that's the only how you can get away with, like, you know, doing like different or whatever you want to, I guess whatever you want to use, whatever, like mushrooms or whatever medical drug you want to tap into.
You turn Zayx to a religion, it's up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They go like, yo, Q, you a cult leader. It's over.
You can get away with a lot with calling something a religion. I didn't know that, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, religion is that's sanctioned.
See, but that might be part of playing the game and getting to power, and then changing the game.
Kid. This shit hurts. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is a delicate part of the conversation.
The foundation is already there as far as what you're gonna be getting on.
I'm saying with all of that, you know what I'm saying? I just don't want to waking up my black egotistical fuck these niggas side. He gotta be quiet. He gotta go to sleep. It's over for him. You know what I'm saying? We on this political black power shit. You know what I'm saying? We are the world. You know, we service. However we gotta word it. This program is dedicated and designed for black youth. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's open for the world. If you want to be, we can't turn away. We got to do the whole Mike Tyson voice with it. We here for everybody.
Hey, Q, and everybody on the panel. What is discrimination? Because I'm reading this affirmative action case. There's so much case law in it.
Yo, son, explicit servicing is the proper term, bro. That's why I asked you that, because I already know this shit. I stopped Damo when I was ready. Buddha and I was having this argument mad long ago. Years ago, Buddha and I was having this argument because it was like, bro, like, I'm for. He was like, yo, you can't say black only. Nah, son, everybody. I'm like, yo, son, there's a legal, there's a women only shelter men's initiative. These are explicit because there's a specific history that is attached that needs to be addressed. You can't address a grievance or a past issue or something that was allowed underneath the government's time or while allowance without explicit service. It literally says that in the docket, in the assignment. It words it like that. It's like, no, you got to address the issues. You just, how long does it take the addressing and when does the impact come? That's an argument. We did like this mad data that shows, nigga, the fuck is you talking about? This mad, we're failing. We make up 6% of STEM. Look at the economic wealth gap. Look at the criminal. Pick a statistic, bruh. So there's no, it's just the black political world don't got no balls. Pause. I was talking to my son earlier about this shit. Literally tell my sons about the difference between being stupid with balls and being intelligent with balls. And it's two different types of people.
Because they should have turned into a career. So far as like they ain't gonna mess up their bread. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to die like some of them old teachers did when niggas was dying broke and shit. You know what I'm saying? But they was trying to help the people. That's why niggas just kind of forwarding and shit. I guess that's the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, niggas gotta go all the way. That's why I was like, shit, if a black person do get in there, this motherfucking Trump script is the script. I don't know no other president that a nigga follow that script, be like, nigga, fuck these niggas.
Metal
I'm doing what the fuck I want
to do. There's a different level of integration, Metal. There's dudes that got integrated into the system and found ways to make it look like something. But to be honest, Metal, that shit ain't say nothing to the world, bro. Y'all niggas moved in silence and nobody heard that shit. We watch gangsters move publicly. We watch public, like the white man is moving public in front of niggas like Metal, like you pussy. Do your shit at the table, nigga. You pussy. That's what he's saying to you, Metal. You pussy, like straight up like that, nigga. Yeah, you did that black shit. Yeah, we know you did that. We let you do that because you ain't say nothing.
That was like a teardrop in the ocean.
If you would have said a kente cloth, you would have smacked the shit out your bitch ass.
Damn.
That's what they said. That's what they told me by doing that to you. Like, Q, shut the fuck up. Don't say black nothing.
Right.
And we'll let you slide, nigga.
Right.
That's what you told me. And that's what I'm about to teach the little niggas. But underneath me.
Right. Hell yeah. Give them that game.
Lay down and play the game, bro.
Give them that motherfucking game, man.
Yeah. Hey, Q, can you repeat that term? Explicit what?
Explicit servicing.
Explicit servicing. All right.
You know I gotta fuck with you, Metal shit. I gotta make it sound good, so I gotta make it sound good.
Nah, but I can see how you still holding that fight in, cause it's like, nah, these niggas trying to hold a nigga out and shit, nigga. Like, nah, nigga,
holding niggas.
Yeah, these niggas they trying to tell a nigga what to do and shit. Like, nigga, what you mean, nigga? Hold on, nigga, what you mean? I just can't have black people in my program, nigga. We going through all this shit, nigga.
Yeah,
hey, that's why they call it giving niggas gifts and secrets.
Different. We used to being loud. Metal and them niggas is like disco and R&B babies and shit. They grew up in the disco era and shit, cocaine and big drugs and the Invisible Man story. We pissed on the Invisible. Naughty by nature, we pissed on the Invisible Man.
Like all in the front street, like nigga, fuck these niggas. We ain't scared at all, nigga.
So my pops told me about that Invisible Man shit. My pops disco era too. Said he's like, yo, Invisible Man, Q. You get a lot of fathers shutting the fuck up, man. Seen but not heard, man. I told you that.
But then again, but like you said though, do the white man respect that when it comes to that big boy shit? Like, nigga, if you gonna put your shit on Front Street, nigga, you gonna stay back street the whole time.
It's almost like they pacifying your hell.
It's yo, this shit bothers me. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like I don't like these convos because I gotta set my ego up. Metal in the chat fuck around, but y'all like this really I mean, this is my life, like yo, sir. Not to say it's not, but this shit. I'm thinking about doing a whole nother corporation with just my name and shit. Fuck it. I ain't even gonna say size, man. Y'all do something else. Y'all gonna piss me off, son. Fuck it. So we gotta crash out. Logic of me, I gotta crash out. So fuck that area. I crash out. Fuck these niggas. Fuck these crackers. So when Psycho be saying, I'll be like, so I can't say cracker no more. Chris be like, Q, you can't say cracker no more. I can't say cracker no more. Q,
so if we can't, this is what I'm trying to figure out. If they don't want us using like word like black and stuff like that no more, why do we still have what they call the black vote?
The black vote only means something when it's the time to vote. They're talking about servicing. But again, that's why the FBAs piss me off. Because the FBA argument is predicated on explicit servicing. They want the language to explicitly say that this is for Black Americans. These fuckers are not hearing that they just removed Black American. Like, what the fuck country are you visiting? And it wasn't immigrants. It was a fucking Asian and white people that was going at you. It wasn't Jamaicans saying this shit. No, it was fucking white people that was giving fucking scholarships to fucking random Rwandans and shit. They was going and finding motherfuckers in your resume needs to say this. We not bringing, it wasn't a Black American or Jamaican, anybody saying that. Like, what the fuck are we? These white folks is playing a different basketball game right now, son, and this shit got a triangle rims.
Damn, a triangle rim is crazy.
Yeah, this shit. Yeah,
Damn, so you think that the FBA thing was wrong? You know what I'm saying? As far as them just trying to have a reaction to.
I'm not the way that they're missing. A lot of them miss the terminology when they're saying delineation and explicit servicing. That's what they're really talking about. Explicit servicing in terms of like, look, this scholarship is addressing these people from this group because they are this group. That's explicit language, and this is going to service them. Just like the Holocaust. This is for people who are descendants of the Holocaust.
So how do they get them type of programs? How did they get that shit?
Like I'm just saying they bought the country. We can't compare nothing to Jewish people. They paid for the country. It's what it is. They bought the country. You know what I'm saying? Big bread, little bread. You know what I'm saying? Big bread, big slave. This is what it is. Niggas was slaved out. These niggas was buying the country. They loaned America the bread to buy the guns to fight against the British. They always going, nigga, you think about it, son. You know what I'm saying? You the big homie of big homies right now, and I gave you the money to get you started. Nigga, you always gonna have to pay me off, son. Every robbery, every jokes, everything I'm taking PC on. So those is my guns, bro. You wouldn't even have a spot to stash your guns if I didn't give you the bread. You be still underneath them niggas. Them bloods niggas will still be robbing you. I pay for your freedom, bro. I got you the guns. I loaned you the money, and I didn't even get the bread back, son. Yeah, Jews is good in America until America go down. Somebody wasn't lying when he said that. He's like, look, there's gonna be an Israel until America go. That just look, that's gang life. I understand that's some street shit. That Israel is America's cousin. That's just what it is, son. If y'all don't like it, nigga, leave America, son. Nigga, gang. That's gang talk. It ain't got nothing to do with Black Power, son. That's on Blood. That's on Crip. That's on whatever. What BD. That's on what King David. Whatever you want to call it. That's the think about it like that.
On my mama.
On my mama's mama.
What the niggas be saying?
I'm gonna kill one of my Israelite niggas, but what Israeli niggas? That's how America's saying is, So Uncle Sam, you said they crying. So I swear one of these niggas fuck with Israel. So I'm gonna kill one of these niggas, man. That's how Uncle Sam crying for America, for Israel.
So what's the plan?
Hold on, he said if Zayas could be confident that tuition could be paid without vouchers and did not want any federal grants, Q wouldn't have to play the game. I'm not sure if they wouldn't change the nonprofit class. So for the schooling, yeah, that's Obama. Like even without Trump, Obama was my issue. You know what I'm saying? Because he was supposed to fix that up. And then he changed it even more. So it was like, you got to let all of them in. Like, I was at a school the other day, and I don't know what this little kid was. I don't know if he was a boy, girl. I don't know what he was. And I'm just like, all right, I'm here as a guest. I don't know. So, But yeah, you're right. But it is what it is, bro. If you want to really fuck with it, what'd you say?
this junk crazy because I'm looking up, discrimination and stuff, and when you mentioned that word explicit servicing, and when you talked about like different organizations, male and female, they explicit to these certain things, and it's kind of like a gray area.
No, it's completely a gray area, and Black people need to understand that our story is the defining of the gray area.
Mm-hmm.
Like we need, and so it's not a victim call; it's a statistical, historical fact. Our story, like y'all white folks are tired of YNs, right? Y'all, right? So how do we deal with what you call predators? Oh, we got to call them predators. Those are Black kids. When y'all bring up the FBI, it'd be like Black kids. I'm confused. Do you want us to deal with the Black kids or not? And I don't think enough of us are saying it. Like, look, we dealing with us, my nigga. We don't give a fuck about what y'all going on. So I'm focused on Black people, son. That's my conversation with Trump. And I think every time he brought Black people up, they dropped that ball. So I can't disagree. I understand what V-Note was saying in some way, even though I hate it. But I can't deny the fact that he brought a bunch of churches up there and a bunch of coons and sambos and derelicts and all these fucking kiss-ass MAGA Black conservatives who got up there and wasn't talking no real Black shit. Like, look, man, here's what Black folks need, man. We gonna ride with you, son. Fuck it. You riding with Israel. You ride with us. Fuck it. We rocking with Israel, son. Fuck it. Palestine is up, nigga. This nigga, he brought reparations to Black community. He gave taxes to Black community. That was supposed to be the conversation. Look, we already know what time it is for Israel. We already know what's up. We need this in the Black community, and we got you, Trump. It's MAGA, son. Black power, son. FBA, Pan-African, we with you, man. Straight like this. You give us this, you do this, we got you. Fuck these niggas. Straight like that. It is what it is. Let's go Israel. But no. No, niggas got in there talking about religion and fucking dumb shit, son. And I don't know what the hell they was talking about, son. I was like, oh, my goodness. It's the perfect time to be straight up and down. Here's what we need in the community, son. Y'all niggas is tired of the problems in the hood. Y'all tired of this. Y'all tired. This how we gonna fix it. We need $1 billion to deal with all the young Negro predators in the community that you're tired of. Yeah, we want to fix them up. Specifically, Black boys we want to address. Yeah, we ain't focused on immigrants. We not focused on Mexican. We not focused. No, we want $1 billion to fix the problem with the Black community. So this country can make more money off us niggas.
What you do?
That's how I would have worded it, Trump. You want to make money off us niggas? We need $1 billion to fix us niggas up. Fuck all these other Spanish niggas. These niggas singing songs for you. They don't really fuck with you, Trump. We've been there since Mike Tyson, baby.
So Q, I got a question, Q. So the Supreme Court addressed certain things where I guess we can call this discrimination under single gender organizations like private clubs, religious organizations. That Title VI to protect women. I think that's women's sports, if I'm not mistaken. College fraternities,
they went
things
after
like that.
Remember, the trannies went to war with that first.
Mm-hmm.
So that started the whole shit with the women's shelter. They went to war with explicit servicing. So they created the game plan. That's why I gotta bring fucking this dude in here. Pause. Obama. He's the one that changed the way the explicit servicing, because he added sex into this shit. That wasn't in the original one. It didn't. Gender was in the original one. It didn't say sex. They changed the definition of gender, removed that shit, put sex, and then let people, and then they made it where sex is an identity piece. So then they made it identity politics associated with race politics. Them two things is separate. This is a race is based off of blood. This is based off of the treatment because we are descendants of Negroes. It don't got nothing to do with no political and how I view myself.
Mm-hmm.
How I woke up in the fucking morning. I woke up Black, and this is why my family went through Jim fucking Crow. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was supposed to be on. Obama turned it into some whole other fucking conversation. So then you had trannies going to women's shelter. I cursed the tranny out on fucking, what is it, Saratoga. Tall ass fucking 6'9" tranny going in the fucking women's shelter.
Mm-hmm. Yo, I did not know that. Hey, you need to do some streams on this, man. How the language change and stuff.
Yeah, man, I got a big debate with Dom when I was like, yo, bro, I'm not Dom, you younger than me. I don't want to sound like an old head, but I was working when they said, no, gender, now this is the new. I'm like, what do you mean the new definition of gender? That's the most weirdest. How the fuck we get a new what? Huh?
Exactly. I was like, what?
Man, hold up.
Yeah, but that's how I was when I first heard of color. Niggas like, yeah, the of color. And I'm like, man, who the hell these niggas talking about? Yeah, I had to raise my hand and be like, nigga, who y'all talking about? They like black people. I'm like, damn, of color. That was back in like 02.
They be talking that FBA with the of color shit. Asian community again in California. The government said all Negroes are people of color, but not all people of color are Negroes.
NAACP.
Hold on. Say that again.
All Negroes are people of color, but not all peoples of color are Negroes. You Chinese motherfucker of color, y'all are yellow. Y'all go over there with the niggas. They was like, look, the Constitution defines colored people as anything but white. You're not white. Go over there with them niggas. You're colored. And they're like, no, colored meant niggas. That was their argument, that colored meant niggas.
Right, that's what I was
We're not
thinking.
niggas. We're white. They're like, no, you yellow, my man, or you one of them. You not one of us. Well, fuck out of here. Go over there. You figured out with the niggas, man. You can't come to our school. Fuck out of here. Go away. It's like the third time y'all tried this shit, bro. Do we hold you in Mississippi? No. And we had to redefine the word Negro. We had to explicitly tell you that this is what Negro means in Mississippi. That was after 1850. We had to tell you that shit during the railroads. Like, no, you're one of them. You go drink the water with the niggas. You get treated just like the niggas. Yes, the freedmen, the Asians, the Indians, y'all are all over there. Y'all are over there, niggas. Whatever you want to call yourselves, y'all are over there. We don't really give a fuck.
So Q, what's like a good balanced answer to address all of this? Because this new, bro. It's new to me.
Say that again.
I said, what's a good balanced answer for all this stuff? Because this is all new to me.
We gotta stand on our square. A lot of the coon service. I'm not gonna say it like that. Discussing the realities that black people faced is not victimhood. It's history that needs to be addressed. And people hear it and be like, why are you crying about black people? Like, no, shut the fuck up, bro. This happened 10 years ago. This happened 40 years ago. What are we talking about? Your country, like, what do we? No, this is not even 200 years old. We don't have to go 200 years old to go into the depths of what the realities we face.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what are we talking about? No, we need to address this. Like, no, black GIs went through specific shit. Black farmers went through specific shit. What are we talking about? This is like, come on. Like, come on. The first black students to get fucking integrated in schools, they went through some shit.
Yeah, a lot of them people still alive.
Hey, like, what are we talking about? Like, this is
Hello, hey Q, hey panel. I had to come up here and I wanted to discuss Project 2025, which they're trying to do Project 2026 implement. I found out something really sinister. Do you know that the head, the architect for the Project 25, the head person that did it, do you know he has a PhD in African American Studies? And he had an emphasis for his PhD on the Haitian Revolt and Turner's Revolt. So basically, he's been using what he learned against us. That is so crazy and scary. That's why they don't want to teach us history. So in our history, we learn what our ancestors did to fight and combat oppression. That's why they want to give you this illusion that the Civil War wasn't about slavery, it's about state rights and stupid shit like that. It's intentional. They don't want you to learn. They don't want you to know.
Well, they've been teaching us history. I don't know what you mean by that one.
No, they're trying to erase it. That's why they don't want to teach you critical race theory and stuff like that, because they don't want you to learn your history so you can't come back and be familiar with the tactics that they're using. It's intentional.
Well, your enemy ain't supposed. I mean, why would you? If you my enemy, why would I want to educate you right?
Right. People don't see that. You got all these, I won't say coons, like you got all these people who think, oh yeah, racism isn't real. Yes, it's very real. They just like you think I'm crazy, but this is actually, I'm gonna give you another point of people that's been oppressed before. This is how they did the Jews. They didn't say, oh, we're gonna sit up there and send you to the gas chambers. They came in there nice. If anybody read Night by Eli Wiesel, You know, when they came to Cumberland's Village, they came, oh, we're just gonna home you or whatever, put you in another place. That's how they came to them. And then they put them in concentration camps. And then they slowly killed them off. That's exactly what they're doing to black people eventually. You don't see it, oh, we're gonna take away your voting rights. We're just redistricting. And you have all these
You don't
black
blame the Democrats?
I do. Well, the Democrats been fighting, but they haven't. They've been fighting fair. You can't fight fair with people who don't want to be fair. You can't fight with people who don't see you as their equals, or people that should have
And
rights.
that's why we can't get piled in one corner. Like we just got piled in the corner with these Democrats, and now we looking crazy. We got to stay everywhere.
I mean, I think the Democrat shit, I'm with the payola shit. So it's like that was my argument with Damo debate with back on it. But yeah, to me, it's like we don't have enough infrastructure industry wise to really make certain kind of political demands. It's really it's like whatever we can get. You know what I mean? It's like listening to how people talk about the Jerry, because there's people that support it. They're like, yo, white folks is gonna help us. It's like, all right.
Yeah, help us to our extinction.
They're like, nobody was doing shit.
And then when I can't understand.
Then I'm like, look, it's a whole white country, so I don't even know what this means. I'm like, if majority black folks live there, and you got white representation,
because you got the Democratic white people, and niggas been following them, fighting with them against these other niggas, but it ain't even off. It's them niggas fight. Them niggas been having this Civil War cousin fight for centuries.
It's gonna be like in certain spots you're gonna have that it's fake like that in NC. In certain spots where it's like, nah, this area is like most of the city or major county is white, but this one part of it is black, and so they don't got no voting right. They get whatever's left over. But that's also
but I feel that niggas can probably come from like them areas like Memphis and take over the state. Because niggas got that much stronger of a mouthpiece and that much stronger of some other motherfuckers want to follow niggas.
You might want to mute your mic, man. It's fucking crazy.
This is this good. I don't know the takeover like that. It don't look like that to me. It look like white folks is organizing and they doing what they need. Truth or lady, what's good? They organizing, and we're not. It's, you know what I'm saying? I just.
We're not organized, and we need to organize. And I hate to admit it because
organize.
We have to organize. Even as you see what they did with the voting rights. They basically tried to silence black people's voting power. People keep saying that, oh, I was crazy. I said it was coming. I literally said that they've been fighting for. I've been learning this from this white guy. He got a channel. He's actually a lawyer. He was one of the lawyers for this case. And he said, I've been fighting different states where they're trying to redistrict and gerrymander. And they took it to the Supreme Court. He's on the Lincoln Project. I forgot the guy's name, but he's on the Lincoln Project. And I'm like, it's serious. They've been fighting this for years. It's been like 5 years or so. He said he's been fighting it. And lo and behold, here it came.
See, that's why I think we should have a national family perspective, though. Because you do what you were just saying to do, but in a spot like where Metal was at, with somebody like him, where somebody got it all under control, it's like, yeah, we need to get this to the top of the courts in this state, and we need to win in this state, so that way we can, we can push this around the country, and just organize the conversation as far as possible. Like, look, we going after these shits because we know this is gonna have a major impact if we get this language changed federally. Fuck everybody else, and we need to be thinking about that up front. Like, this is for black people. All the FBA, that's why I get upset with the FBA. I'm like, bro, y'all got a little buzz. You should be screaming explicit language, not delineation. Yes, reparations, but reparations is compensation. You need to be explicit about the atrocities first, and that needs to be.
Yeah, once you help take over the movement,
huh?
So once you help take over the movement,
I'm doing what I'm doing on my side.
I'm a niggas kind of fighting for the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
He
Nah,
said he got the
what I'm
you
saying?
keys.
gotta.
You can kind of hijack the motherfucking thing and kind of basically take the wave because the niggas gonna fuck with the trill.
Well, it
See,
seems to me, it seemed like to me what the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X and them was saying about what our people was begging to vote. They was like Malcolm and them was pretty much saying like when you have to beg a motherfucker to allow you to do something, it ain't gonna ever be righteous. It's gonna be some wicked shit. So I mean, I that's how I see it. I don't know, but I ain't
But
never
I'm a,
voted.
I'm, I,
We had to beg these people for the vote. So to me, that's already let you know it ain't gonna be. It's gonna be wicked as hell. You had to beg a
you're not
motherfucker to let
doing
you
You
do
ain't
it.
I'm
have
gonna
to
tell you
beg
what's
nobody to vote, niggas. Stop
look at
talking crazy.
We did beg
50%.
for the
No,
right to
you
vote.
didn't, motherfucker.
Oh,
You
we
did.
didn't.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you honestly, it's way worse than what we think. See, what they're using is they use like they use black people to beat up and like, oh, we're just gonna do this to black people, not realizing they're doing it to themselves. Just like when they struck down um, the case for um, affirmative action for blacks going to college. They use the Asians to come against black people, like, oh, you're harming Asians from coming into the university. That's the reason why you're taking spots that could go to Asians. They use black people for that,
Well,
not
that's why
knowing
you
that
had.
they still harm Asian people. All they did was cap them.
Nah, but you
They,
see, no, sis,
No,
but you know
no,
what it
no,
is?
Leela,
It's
that's
really
kind of
looking
wrong.
at. If you see what he just read, most people don't know why affirmative action got shut down, and it was only because Trump organized the people who's listening to the argument and how the argument got structured from a very much an impact statement. So we heard affirmative action shut down. If you read it, it's like, look, the shit didn't work. And they're like, it didn't work. That didn't mean that it did. That doesn't mean that we should not have this the language. That was the new assumption that was created off of it, and that was just the narrative that got pushed. Those two things don't go together. It just needs to be contested. So for
I
me, I would
actually,
be looking at lawyers like, yeah, we need a strong set of 10 lawyers that's like thirsty. Like, look, man, when we doing a silent jump out the window, we're gonna do this in the most quietest way possible and just line up ducks until it's like, yeah,
they keep saying the Asians bought it. The Asians were gassed up. They really didn't really bother. They're like, oh, they're telling them that it was black people taking their spots. It's a Jewish lawyer that he's the one who I forgot his name, but he's also has another case. The same lawyer that did affirmative action for school, about letting black people in the schools. It should be merit based or whatever. He's the same lawyer that's coming after black. What do you call it? Black monetary based awards. I know he came after this black women business, this black women foundation. They give like grants and stuff for jobs and stuff. The only reason why I didn't make the Supreme Court is because the people that he sued, they decided to give in, so it wouldn't go into the Supreme Court. It was like, well, we were allowed to do the last three gifts or rewards that we were given, donations, and that we did that, and we decided to, withdraw any further help based upon color, because they didn't want to go to the Supreme Court. I forgot the name of that group, but it was a group that he was coming after. But they was about to set a precedent that you can't give, grants and awards based upon race. So this guy, I forgot his name, but he
no, but it's because we got a bunch of college graduate niggas who feel like they shouldn't be focusing on helping other niggas out and creating these little programs for niggas in the hood. And that's where the disconnect comes in, because it's literally one statement. Black people need to be educated. Why are we the furthest behind in education? It's just that simple. We've been here since the beginning of the country. We should be a lot higher in certain fields, and this is directly connected to the economic wealth gap. It's mathematics. Every city comptroller knows this. When they look at the graduation rates, they know those black males that didn't finish school, they're not going to get their GED until they're about 29 years old. That means they're not going to make about 30. They're going to make underneath 25 to 30,000 a year, unless they end up being a trucker maybe or a security guard. And most of them, they're going to need you to get your GED still. So they already know this. They're looking at that like, yeah, y'all got the lowest graduation rates. Even when it looks good, there's still millions of us that's falling behind because now you go to the college level and you got no college experience, zero, exposure to STEM. So that creates a space where it's like, and we're not connecting that story because the people who got the success look at it as if we're selling victimhood. And I hated that shit when I was in Mega Evers. I hated that shit in Mad Spots when I was around. I'm like, yo, son, this isn't this is the hood. These are black folks. We got to pick up our boots for everybody. And so that
they don't realize what they was trying to do, and it's going to get way worse for people. Black people was just used like, oh, we can all jump on black people. They using black people in order to put the language on the books and go after other groups, and they did not realize that they were coming after Hispanics. They were coming after Asians. They were coming after the disabled. They are coming. They want this a white ethnic state.
When did they stop? That's what I don't get.
Hold on, real quick. Who's Barack Obama? Low drama.
I'm a black guy. I know him.
I think I see it. Dev, he been up here before, right? Barack O'Drama?
Yeah, he been up here. Sound familiar. That's the same dude.
Huh?
He been on the panel before. But don't take that thing off the screen to confirm it's him though.
That's how Malcolm got caught. Lead of security there till we know. Ain't let none of y'all niggas, everybody get checked. Fuck is you talking about? It's the hood. Everybody get patted down, bro. Everybody get the warm pause. Everybody getting checked, magneted on everybody. Fuck is you talking about? No.
Three level
Barack,
security.
you there? Barack, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, that's him. That's him, Q.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate on what the lady was saying. The guy that tried to end affirmative action, his name was Edward Bloom. That was that.
Yeah.
Challenge.
Yeah. He's coming now he came because the people dropped. He was trying to go to Supreme Court with that, like how you get programs for black people or black people foundations. They're trying to help black people. He was coming after them, saying that it's racist. Giving grants and stuff for like black businesses and stuff like that. The group decided to withdraw because they was like they're gonna come after others. But that is crazy, insane, and people think that it's in Project 2025 that they were supposed to target black people. The reason why you see all these white people that's getting like ICE is attacking them and stuff because black people aren't coming there. They tell people black people do not go ahead and protest. Don't be out there. They're looking for you to make it to discredit these protests. Like, oh, they're sitting up there committing violence or they're looting and plundering, or how they did when people was protesting the Lloyd what's the guy George Floyd. Yeah, the George Floyd thing. They was trying to discredit, saying, "Oh, they're out there really using it to loot and to vandalize and stuff." That's what they was banking on black people to come out, but black people didn't. We stayed out. That's in Project 2025. They wanted black people to come out so they can discredit all these protests and say, "Oh, like the No Kings, there's number of black people." They're using it as an excuse. That's what they wanted. They didn't get it.
Yeah, Edward Bloom was the one that he got the Chinese community and the Asians to thinking that we was against them. But the problem with the colleges, it was the legacy. It was the rich was letting their own kids get back in there. And after they did the affirmative action, it backfired on them because now less of them are getting in college now because they don't have to they don't have to follow no rules. They just take what they want. So that backfired on them.
Yes, it did. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it harmed them. Because now, if you don't have anybody that was there, or if you don't play sports, like all the, it's
It didn't
still not
harm you.
merit based. Y'all wasn't mad about merit based.
No,
Y'all,
no. Affirmative action being blocked is not harming more white people than it is people that's not white. Y'all talking kind of
that's
crazy
what
there.
I'm saying.
No,
We're
no, we
saying
agree.
No,
We
he's
that's
agree.
what
saying
we're
the Asian
saying.
people are not the Asian people thought they was gonna benefit. They didn't. They didn't benefit. They got
Because there was
used.
the legacy was meaning that you could be stupid, but if your father was somebody big, you got in. That was who they was taking their spots. Even though the Chinese
Yeah.
might have had better grades, but
Yep.
the white because all of those other races are gatekeepers for white supremacy.
They
And
try to say that it was black kids. Like the idea was retarded. You applied to a school. They told you no. Now you're gonna assume that you didn't get in. Literally, like I said, they're gonna look up how many students got in last year. They're gonna say how many of those students were minorities that got into this program. They're gonna say that's the reason why we didn't get in. And there's no way you can qualify that. That's what the schools are like. How the fuck do you know why we didn't let you in? Like that's crazy. And they just made this assumption. They kept pressing the schools on it with these different pros. Like, nah, like, and then like he said, the legacy program is really who's letting the C plus D, like all the DEI students still had good grades.
Right.
right, right. But what happened was the Asians and the Indians were thinking that, oh, they're just giving it. First of all, affirmative action, we wasn't exactly at the top of the list. Affirmative action actually benefited more white women and gays, in my opinion, than it did us. But they painted the picture like it was black people, and that wasn't true. Because the affirmative action benefited white women because they was getting discriminated against too for certain kind of jobs. So that's who benefited from. So it didn't hurt us that much that they got rid of it. It hurt them more than it hurt us.
Yeah, now they definitely played
Wait,
the
wait.
game.
What Q said? That's kind of like that's exactly what the Supreme Court said. And it's page 11 about the LOP list, and it talks about the final stages of LOP. Hold on, let me find it. The final eligibility is about legacy, what Q just mentioned, status, recruited athlete status, and financial aid eligibility, and race.
And
Yeah,
they're
because
super.
if they don't, but the only thing is if you don't have affirmative action or some kind of quota system, you're going to have a whole bunch of unqualified white men if white men is controlling it because they got a lot of white men. They got a whole bunch of white people on the panel that's not qualified for the position, but because they got white skin, just like in my opinion, Donald Trump with his resume, he shouldn't be president. You know, you're a convicted felon, you shouldn't be allowed to be in that position. But they change the rules when it benefits them. You know, they'll change all the rules when it benefits them, or ignore the rules because it's white supremacy.
That's how it works. James keeps saying foundational Black American is a lineage that the government recognizes and will not consider race based. You got to make that make sense when you have black in the title. How does that make sense? If you say this is for foundational Black Americans, they're gonna say you can't say black. Like, what are we talking about? That's like James, you can't say black. That's yeah. Yeah, you can say German. Then you
Yeah, but
can.
I think German is not a race. And when you
That's why
say
you can get
black,
away with that. Yeah, you can get away with saying your country.
some people don't. Some people don't know the difference between sometimes ethnicity and race. You could be a black but be a Hispanic, and you could be white. You could be a Hispanic. That's where
Yep.
it's like a gray area.
You said ask ChatGPT.
It's a
That's
tricky
crazy. You got to
scenario.
read it for yourself, bro. You don't always have to. That's crazy. Referencing
Yeah,
Chat
you touch her.
is not allowed over here. You have to reference the source.
Chat GPT is God now. That's
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm just asking you if you foundational Black American is a lineage. So if you say this is only for Black foundational Black Americans, that is now currently not allowable by federal standards. I don't know what part of Black don't you understand. If you say this is for foundational white Americans, you can't say that. If you say this is for foundational Spanish Americans, you can't say that. If you say this is foundational Indians, the only probably that can probably say shit like that still is Native American. And Trump was going at war with them for the longest. He said, "I'm taking the oil. Run the oil line through their crib, son."
I mean, I respect everybody's opinion, but I don't understand how anybody black could have voted for Trump. I don't get it. I mean, I respect everybody that done that, but I just don't understand it.
That's the beauty of democracy. You can just vote for anybody that you want to. It don't have to make sense.
I think it was the money conversation, and honestly, listening to people being tired of Democrats, I think the Democratic representation pissed people off, and the idea of something different kind of like motivated them. They was tired of the same, like just being. Those are the two things I hear people say: Democratic representation. I made money with Trump.
Money.
Yeah, but that making money is a personal thing. I'm talking about overall. If it's personal, I understand that, but I'm talking about overall. That he's against like black progress. His policies are, in my opinion, are against the progress of anything that's not white. He seemed like he's just against anything when he speaks about immigrants is either black or brown, and when and anytime he opens his mouth, it's against our progress. If you look at everything with him overall, now if you're making money with him and everything, I understand all of that, but I'm just saying, like, policy wise, like his policies to me are more negative in our communities than positive. He's trying to take away voting and rezoning and all that. That's what people think that is. You're not changing that. So you're not going to benefit if they change a blue thing, a blue area red. It's not going to benefit you. It's going to take away what little progress you already got.
I mean, it's also Trump. I mean, it's gameplay though. I think he's showing people how to play game in the future. Like the Democrats should be rounding up their votes. Like, look, soon as they get back in office, re-rate the fucking policies. Go as soon as you go in there, pop up with like just randomly pop up with 30,000 new voters in your neighborhood. Like, where the fuck did these Negroes come in? Yeah, we turning this shit black, whatever color y'all want to turn it to, but you got to step up your. If y'all in the game with politics, y'all got to step your politics up. They playing chess. They playing.
No, I understand all of that, but I'm just saying, like, traditionally, since because actually the Democratic Party is actually the party of the Klan, but after the '60s, it kind of switched around.
Yeah,
so that's why a lot of people vote. I'm an independent at heart, but policy wise, if you look at all the policies, they're more against. Like, for example, I'm union. The Republicans are anti-union, so anybody that's union, why would you vote for a Republican? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Are you for everything the unions represent?
Everything.
No, not everything, but let me give you an example. When Obama was in office, Obama sent money to all different states so they don't do layoffs, and some states still did the layoffs. Most of the states that did the layoffs or cities was Republicans. Like, for example, most of I don't know, do you know what a right to work state is?
Yes, my state, Georgia.
Okay, right to work states are anti-union, which is usually Republican. So why would I vote for that? That doesn't make sense as a union member.
Georgia's not anti-union. I used to be a part of the union when I used to work at UPS.
Who's not anti-union?
Georgia is not anti-union.
No, I'm not saying specifically. I'm saying in general. I'm not picking on Georgia. I'm saying in
Georgia
general.
Georgia is Republican state.
In general.
Okay, my bad.
In general, Republicans, right to work states are anti-union. In general, I don't know about your states. I don't live there, but I'm saying I did my research. It's those states that are doing the most layoffs. In the state that I live in, we had to fight with the Republicans to get stuff that the Democrats would just give us. So that's why I don't understand how anybody that's a union could vote Republican. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, I was in a union. I voted Republican for certain candidates.
Say it again.
I was in a union and I voted Republican for certain candidates.
Yeah, but were those candidates pro-union?
I don't know.
They use it. To me, they're usually they're anti-labor. Like, for example, they want to eliminate unions. They don't want unions. They want to make it a right to work state, which means they can just get rid of you. It's the Republicans that are more lined up with that than the Democrats, if you look at it historically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know every Republican in Georgia, they pro or against it. But when it comes to the teachers union, they're against that.
Who's against it?
Republicans and people who vote Democrat, not the Democrat Party that's in office, but in Georgia, because the teachers unions was against school choice in the state of Georgia.
Okay. I'm just saying overall, I just don't understand it, because like they fight everything, they fight raises, and you know they fight against it. They're even in Jeff Bezos is anti-union. They had to fight with him, and I think they made a union at one of the things that in one of his big plants.
Yeah,
the members fought with him. So you know they all seem to be like Elon Musk. Those guys are anti-labor, anti-union, and they all, to me, side up with the Republicans. So I don't understand it.
I was with you. The teachers union is a tricky one, Chris. I ain't gonna lie.
Q, look up when did this happen? All right, it's 2026 now. When school choice.
No, you 100% right. That's why I said I agree with him. But the teachers union one, I'm with school choice.
I'm with school choice too, man.
To me, that's more of a constitutional. The teachers union should only be applied to Department of Ed or people who hire teachers.
And the teachers union in Georgia, specifically Georgia, all those union dues, not all the money, but they donate to the Democrat agenda in Georgia.
Yeah, because they got the DOE. They got the DOE on the strong arm, but I think there's a I don't agree with that. Like the Board of Ed hasn't did enough to. It does a lot. Let me not say it like that. But there's room for difference. So constitutionally, so I just leave it there. Trying to work on my disrespect to the public school system.
Hey, did you hear what Mississippi did? How they got kids back reading again because they went back to phonics?
Yeah, I saw that.
Boy,
it's horrible in Mississippi. It's I forgot what district, the school district, they were doing their thing. And once I think it's Mississippi, they did a real good thing with their grades.
Yeah, like I said with Trump, like you know, to me he's anti. He has a lot of anti-blackness about him, in my opinion. Anti-immigrant. That's not white. You know, I just don't understand how people ride with that guy.
Do you think Trump was anti-black when he appointed a black woman for the head of CDC? Just a question.
Was he what?
Was he anti-black when he appointed a black woman to be head of CDC?
I have no idea. I heard. You know what I heard about that? I heard he pulled her and tried to put a white man in it, but I didn't follow that. That's what I heard.
Damn.
I mean, that's what I heard.
He probably did. Shit, I don't know.
That's what I heard. So I don't. I just don't. Like I said, I just don't get it. Somebody had sent me the other day a whole list of black people that he got rid of since he's been in office in certain positions. If I can get that, I'll read it off to you.
No, he got rid of a lot of black people in office. A lot.
That's what I'm saying. And it was based off. They said it was just based off, in their opinion, it was based off race and politics. But and to me, he's disrespectful to black women too. He seems
it's politics.
But he uses
it's not race.
No, but he uses low
it's 2026,
IQ.
Man.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. He seems to use that term like low IQ. I don't hear him saying that too much about white women.
Man.
See, if you do it across the board, if you do it I wish I could say, you know what, he don't give a F about nobody. He does it with everybody, but he doesn't do that. He does certain things.
He don't care about people that's about America being last. All this dumb shit that motherfuckers want America to be last and want America to fall off. You're against people like that.
Oh yeah, I agree with him with that, but that's not my point. I agree with him but it seemed like even
that's
now,
the only people that I see him going against.
No. Even if you look at the white supremacists, they're saying that the white supremacists don't like Jews, and they saying that he's doing too much for Israel. If you go on, if you look at the white like the Aryan Brotherhood, if you glance at what they're saying, they're going at him too. They're saying that he's doing too much.
But it's like you said the Jews had already paid too much into the country, so they tied in.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I just overall think the man is you know, like I said, when it comes up, like when he's going at like Kataji Jackson or whoever it is, he always uses that word low IQ. I never hear him say that with a white woman. He said it
Because
about
they be
Candace.
talking shit about him.
No,
They
I'm
be
not.
doing all that little slick dissing and shit. So niggas want to be mad when you do slick dissing. Like, come
No. But he
on,
don't.
man.
But how come he didn't do that with what's that girl named
You
Taylor
sound
Green, whatever her name
crazy
is?
trying to defend.
Man,
Yeah, he
he
never
called
called
her
her low
all
IQ.
kinds of names.
He never, but he never called her low IQ though.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't hear him say it to her. Not low IQ. He just basically called her a traitor because she don't. When you don't go along with his narrative, it seems like if you disagree, that guy got beef with the Pope. I never heard of a president beef with the Pope. That's how much he got beef with Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what I'm saying. He got beef with people nobody else had beef with. So it has to be something with you. If you beef, like we on this panel right now, and
Because you
everybody,
going against the status quo. He
what you
said,
say?
fuck all these motherfuckers.
You saying
All
what?
these motherfuckers hating. Hey, but this how I'm doing it. Fuck y'all. That's it. Ain't no extras.
I
Yo,
don't know.
photo fallacies. You were talking about the charter schools having lower test. Charter schools aren't really ed choice. They're like a remix or new version of a public school. Like they're not. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, ed choice is more like the parent going to private schools or doing their own homeschooling education, being able to like. Each matter of fact, there's no linear version to it. Every state has their own version of it. I mean, not every state. The states who have it, there's no similar. They all have different versions of it. Most of them don't include. Only one that I see that really has the word charter in it is Ohio, if I'm not mistaken. Ohio.
Illinois got charter school, and that's
No,
the
I'm talking
problem
about
with
in
the.
terms of language with ed choice. I haven't looked at how
Oh,
ed
okay, I
choice,
got you.
the language is side to it. Like in New York, public schools include charter schools. A private school and charter school are two different things. And then you got this new thing, independent schools. I don't know what the hell they for. I don't know what the hell they are. I don't know if they're charter schools or private schools.
I think independent is non-government.
No,
Whatever the funding support is anything except for government.
it's language game because the law only recognizes like two things. So it's either private, public, or home in New York.
Yeah.
So I don't know what these new versions of like schools, but regardless, when he said the profit model, I don't know the profit model. I think the schools are just trash and like the people don't really care and it's just a money grab. Like to me, like schools that are profit based depends on how you articulate the profit because doing good quality work with students, they're gonna come back and then you get the alumni budget and anybody who's really about their school want that alumni budget. They want that alumni pot quality. I mean, so it's like, yeah, it's just shitty schools because nobody got more shitty schools than public school. But you know, it's a system issue, so I try not to shoot at them. But you know, I don't know how they can try to hold people to the fire.
Not a lot of options. It's not enough private support to say, okay, you have a choice of public school or you can go to whatever corporation, whatever. Yeah, they're phasing in the homeschooling, but it's still a certain set of compliance.
No, homeschooling always been there. Like that's it depends on what state. Like in California,
Yeah.
there's only public and private schools. So if you're a homeschool student, you're
Yeah.
private. Like Ohio's like that too. I believe Ohio's like that too. They only have public and private. They Let's just pick one. Exactly. So if things are going so well as they were, why are those schools so crappy? It depends on the school and the program and the community. There's a lot of things. The leadership. Some of these schools, some of the funding, bureaucratical, how they start. I know a lot of us black folks is up the charter school river.
Yo, Q. I think in Georgia or nationwide, they came out to report that 2/3 of students up to the 3rd grade cannot read at grade level. And so what Georgia did, they just passed the law. If your child can't read at grade level by the 3rd grade, they got to be held back. I said, hell yeah.
I don't agree with that.
You don't?
No, it should have been in place while you in the 1st grade. What you talking
The
about?
reading levels, you got to go. That can become tricky.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that from experience, and then from like different professionals who gave me different. Because as a parent, I went through that with my own children, and then at working with different students, watching their development level. You have speech impediments. You have personal development and expression, and connection between expression and like motor skills and there's a lot of parts in the 3rd grade mind.
And
like,
they did to combat that. They gave extra funding to have I forget the word that they use, but let's just call it reading tutors in every school.
Yeah, I think that's necessary. Leaving back, I don't think leaving back is a necessary measure, because a lot of times we unfortunately get pushed too far back.
Mm-hmm.
And children learn by grouping. We learn by grouping. And sometimes the groups just wasn't organized right for the child to really express or to understand how to express themselves. So there needs to be an addressing of the performance. I'm not stating that, but leaving the child back as a means of addressing the performance, I don't think that's yeah.
Your perspective different. Open my eyes. I still agree with the law, but what you said, it makes hell of a lot of sense.
In terms of what?
About not leaving not failing not leaving the kids behind, not failing them, not letting them pass because they can't read up to standard.
Yeah, it depends on what standard. There's a lot of different areas of like conversation, because it depends on what test you're using, what standard, because that's going to fall to the teacher, because most standardized tests aren't used to really determine the performance of the student. They use it to determine the performance of the school, and they use the student test as a means of determining the quality of service of the school's curriculum and administration. It's not about the student's performance level. So that will become really much on a teacher. So to have your English teacher tell you in 3rd grade that you don't read on level, but this child might be performing well in math, might be performing well in science, social studies, and where they're struggling at, depending on the size of the school and the resources they have, might be the reason why they're struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And to give somebody the automatic right to be able to say, automatically failing, that's removing the black card. I can see that as an issue. Mm-hmm. Including the black card, that could be very tricky for us, because black boys develop reading skills differently. Yeah.
Because the way they explained it,
he said standardized tests are used to determine federal funding. Yes, that's a fact. But the federal funding is based off the school's performance, and state funding as well.
Just like the way they were explaining it, they're like if that student can't read, at a certain standard by the third grade, once they get to the higher grades where they have to comprehend what they're reading, it won't be possible, and that's why they want to hold them back.
Language doesn't work like that. So that's what like evidence-based approaches to how brains learn.
Mm-hmm.
There's tons of people who comprehend complex conversations who have low reading skills. You know what I'm saying? Like, or even dyslexia. You know what I mean? Where it challenges their ability to, how they read and how they understand reading and their automaticity and with comprehension of text and their ability to fluently use language. It can get real tricky, like real tricky. And that's me just learning and just understanding how, because New York is progressively for that. They're like, no, you have to learn, like recognizing, like when I was in school, like you got to recognize that dyslexia is real. You know what I mean? Like how people express, like speech comprehension and early development of phonics and understand, like you said, the science of reading mixed with the brain-based learning and like the evidence that shows like how children learn and how they attach speech and comprehension and expression at those early years. And so that's one of the challenges. Like what I'm doing at the Institute is making sure that tier 2 vocabulary is heavily introduced to that level. Black children aren't really introduced to tier 2 vocabulary. So you can have a child who may be struggling with reading, but they're still using tier 2 vocabulary versus a child who's struggling with reading and has no connection to tier 2 vocabulary. So now their usage of phonics, even though they both may be struggling to phonics, their exposure to the types of phonics is going to be different. So even if you have somebody, like you see this with people who grow up in families that fix cars, or do certain like mechanical work, they may not read the best, but they understand all the applications within fixing the car. You know what I mean? And so how you develop your comprehensive skills depends in the performance measurements. They can get real tricky. You know what I mean? So to me, I don't think we should have, and that's coming from one of the first people I worked with. Several principals told me, like several principals up front, because I was hard on my sons, and then they saw how I was with other students. It was like, nah, Q, K through 5 is special years. Like there's no reason to leave a child. Like you do extra to catch them up. You don't leave them behind. That's your job. You see where they're lacking, you do something to fix it up. You don't. That's going to stifle them, because the data shows leaving a child behind and now you're graduating a year behind your cohorts is going to do way more damage for you in your economic future.
Yeah, they try to address that part right there. There's like, man, try sending your kids to school a year earlier. But that's that's a bad joke, but it's a true bad joke for the state of Georgia. But my next question is, well, Mississippi, how they turned it around. Do you know any of the details of what they did? Because I just know they brought back phonics for reading.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a science of reading they was introducing, and there's like certain districts that really try to use it, and certain core, like phonics is part of the science. Well, you can say that science of reading is one of the aspects of what you call it, science. You got phonemic awareness, you have phonics, phonemic awareness, automaticity, decoding, and what's the other one? I forgot it offhand. One of the other ones: automaticity, decoding, and is it fluency? Yeah, fluency. I think it's fluency. Yeah. So how you use all of those together, and then you have a layer to it. So then you have the next stage to it that goes into like how you understand text, how you understand speech, how you understand expression. These things get, like, you can have somebody that talks really well and doesn't have social depth. So their social tonality is completely off. You can write perfect sentences and your ability to properly comprehend social settings could be off. Like that's one of the things for autism. There's a lot of different things that's there. And then you have like, I don't know what I call it, but I call it social autism. But like you've been around so many people who have autism, you reenact the same behaviors. So a lot of that goes into the space, like, and then children may not want to express themselves, and they may be apprehensive to the environment. And so all of those things to me matter when you're dealing with a third year, that's a 7 to 8 year old, you know what I'm saying? 9-year-old. You know what I mean? Like what are we like? And now if there's deep phonemic challenges at third grade, what happened at second grade? What, you know what I'm saying? Like then it starts to go into that part where they're in the same school this whole time. Because I can say that like my son right now, he has he's behind.
What?
And yeah, my last son is behind, but I used 3 different approaches with them. I was mad aggressive with my first son. My second son, a different approach. And then the baby, you know, I try not to be, you know, the baby, but I'm using a slightly different one with him. So he's like aggressively smarter in so many different ways than the older brothers were. And I wouldn't have seen that, you know what I mean? So I'm learning it. It's learning it. Like his level of expression, self-understanding, awareness. I'm learning all of those parts of it. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of things go into how a person can perform. And it's more about finding those areas of performance and refining it and aligning the test to their performance and in their world. And that's why portfolios are really important, because you can make sense of somebody's deficiencies and have a pathway to fix it. That's what you do. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's like a basketball player. You already bought this player. You know what I mean? Like you gotta help him get his left hand better. It's just what it is. You gotta, you know what I mean? You bought this boxer. He's on your team. You gotta get his punch better. So just throwing that, like, yeah, you just leave him behind, that just leaves an area for like laziness for me. And that's what the principal was telling me, like, no, that's what you got interns for. That's what you got assistants for. That's what you got paras for. Every state got mad money for assistants for. If they need an IEP, get them an IEP. Now you got an extra set of money. But just stating like they didn't read, like, nah, you need to see what they did. I really, New York is stepping it up. It's just New York got 2 million kids. They got, you know, so you're gonna have, you know, challenges within your system. So, you know. Georgia got what, 500,000 kids or something. You know what I mean? When you start doing this many numbers, you gotta, you know, I learned to have a different level of mercy. Now that after I've been teaching so long, I'm like, nah, you gotta have a different mercy on it. With all of the racism and everything, all students need an IEP. I can't even be mad at you for saying that.
Yeah, man. Hearing your perspective, man, that's an eye opener, because I clearly know nothing about what you just said. I didn't know any of that.
You may just have lawmakers speaking, and you got the unions protecting themselves, and that's why the union gets tricky. And then when you got the state against the union, it gets real tricky, because now the industry, and then the unions aren't attached to the industry. So you got unions, fake unions, and you got the industry, and then you got the state. Not true at all. There are many students who exceed expectations. I never said students don't exceed expectations. I'm just saying the expectations that are being set forth for a child who, with the conversations about a student who's not performing on level, and they're automatically deemed to be left back. That's not fair. And I don't see where the evidence proves, like, you'd have to show me the evidence that supports leaving a child behind for that. Oh, my bad in the chat. But even still, just my bad. Just, you would have to show me the evidence that shows that makes sense. Because, like, I'm like, there's multiple pathways. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, then that's why they're changing up the way the high school diplomas looked at. Because what are we really talking about? Like, the high school diploma is still based off the GED. Like, you know what I'm saying? What are we talking about? Like, you can get your fucking GED at 16 years old. Time that kid can go work truck driving, plumbing. Why would you leave him behind? Saying like, bro, look, you know what? You're clearly not gonna be the brightest bulb in the booth. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna put you on this pathway. So now they got workforce pathways in New York where it's like you don't have to force yourself to learn 44 credits of high school. That's not required federally. You can focus on a 22 credit degree and just focus on employment. Like, I just want to be a worker. I'm going to be in a factory. I'm driving Caterpillars. I'm building houses. I don't give a fuck about social studies, civil work, none of that. Just as long as I got some algebra and I know all the algebra I'm going to need to make this house, I ain't never going to read a fucking poem in my life. You know what I'm saying? There's millions of people. I mean, millions of people who are like that. They don't give a rat's ass about nothing but sports. I go to work and come home and I'm good. Like,
drink one beer and go to bed.
Yep. So why waste time? Why waste your 11th and 12th grade in school getting this extra credits when you could be working as an apprentice?
Yeah, so what happened to grade school programs? I know they still got them, but it's not how it used to be back in the day.
Because industry is not like it used to be back in the day.
That's true.
The reason why they had motherfucking Votech and DeVry and all that motherfucking shit is because motherfuckers was having availability.
Mm-hmm. You see how you said you don't want your child getting left behind? That's where tiered vocabulary comes in. They're playing around with the words. So if your children are still reading academic text, you're not getting left behind. So if your third graders struggling with reading, the word evolution, you know what I mean, comparing, they're reading electron, force, magnitude, you know what I mean, vector. Like, these words children should be saying at the child. Like, if they're struggling with saying these words, but they're hearing their peers say it and they're using it consistently, seeing the way the word is being pronounced. And then as a teacher, you're practicing decoding with the kids. You have other kids decode the word with them. That helps them develop their skill sets. And they learn that from their friends. They learn that from being joked on, like video games. Like, there's plenty of kids who struggle on video. You watch the way they learn video games, you give them a half hour. If they're motivated, they're going to catch up. They don't want to fall behind. So you have kids help each other, and there's mad data that shows children help children learn. That's how humans learn. We learn from and we don't learn in a linear fashion. Many of us have friends that are 10 years older than us, 8 years older than us. So when you hear yourself saying, like, I don't want my child being held back in a grade level, your child is already being held back once they're in a grade level. You have a 5-year-old who goes to the park and hangs out with 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds. Now they're forced to be in a class with only 5-year-olds. So you're automatically holding your child back. When you go play basketball, you go to the court, you're playing kid with ports with till 10 years old. My son who's 10 years, you go to play basketball with an 8-year-old, 9-year-old, come down the court, depending how tall they are, to a 16, 20-year-old. You know what I mean? Our grouping in interactions span is typically, I think, like 4 to 5 years, naturally.
Yeah, I never heard that before, bro.
Yeah, that's why you have some Montessori schools do that. We do group learning because that's the natural. You naturally progressively learning that way.
Yeah, that's your 10. That's your decade. That's your 10 years. 5 years on either side. 5 years younger, 5 years older.
You said kids are failing. He said absolutely the truth, but
all kids are not failing. That's a lie.
He said we are talking about kids who aren't even making it. They're failing. Failing is a different situation. I find children. These are words that some of these principals that I first started with, the institute, the woman who owned the building was principal, the other lady helped me with. They were like, kids don't fail. They're 7 years old. We can't use the word failing with a 7-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, just put the age back with the grade. We're talking about a 9-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, they might have anxiety during the test. Like, what do we like? Why? I don't even use those words with these kids at that age. There's no reason to even put that in their head at that age. Like, that's unfair. You know what I mean? Like, they should understand and appreciate their performance because they want to embrace their performance as something that they want to show off. And you learn that naturally with your friends in competition. Compare and contrast is one of the first things kids do naturally. I'm better than you because I'm taller. You're fat. You're ugly. You got ugly teeth. You're this. They immediately differentiate. So they understand that in terms of performance. And we celebrate performance.
Man, bro, man, hey, you on fire today, bro.
Well, to disagree there, not everyone has the same learning capacities. It's sad, however, intelligence is not bestowed upon everyone. That is a grave incorrect. As a teacher, everyone has the capacity to learn. That's the first thing you have to tell yourself as a teacher. You do not approach a student stating that they do not have the capacity to learn. You say you don't have the skill sets to teach. And then you say, if you really want to reach the child, you change the way in which you approach. And that's why they have differentiated teaching styles. The child might not be able to he might be into drawing. They might be an auditory. They might be a visual learner. That's why you have Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences. You know what I mean? So like they got mad different evidence-based approaches to these conversations, you know what I mean? Versus it just being like, yeah, but that's first thing first, like all children have the ability to learn. How they learn and the timing in which people learn has to be understood that that's a brain, you know.
Hey Q, man, I just
Facts, Q, brother. Peace, everybody. I don't have that much time, but that point you was just at, Q, I had to share this one with you, if I haven't already. It's a phrase I coined, I don't remember how many years ago, but it's the student's job is to complicate, teacher's jobs is to simplify. And by that, if you're a teacher, you should be able to spot those shortcomings and uplift that student. So the complication in to simplify that, students are supposed to ask questions. They're not supposed to understand. As the teacher, you're supposed to be able to find conducive means for that student to comprehend whatever said lecture or lesson is, if you get what I'm saying. So the student's job is to complicate, teacher's job is to simplify, but they're getting away from that, especially when you put this as just a means of earning a paycheck. Then it becomes, I'm just gonna focus on the ones that get it. Those are gonna be my little buddies, and everybody else is just shadows in the classroom. And that's a huge component to this conversation. Instead of looking at it as, I heard somebody say those failed students. Instead of looking at it as, oh, those are the ones I'm going to demonstrate how great of a teacher I am. I'm going to take the one that everybody said can't read and have them reading before the end of this semester. We looking at it as just get them out the way. You get what I'm saying? At a national level. If you strip away race and all that other, that's a fundamental problem in these hallways.
Nah, you damn so right on that. I ain't gonna there's different, like I worked with mad kids, yo. I ain't gonna lie. So I did a lot of shit wrong. Like I did a lot of shit wrong. You know what I mean? So that's how, I'm just going off like not my anecdotal and just understanding that the anecdotal for me a lot of times was wrong. And then understanding that the evidence-based approach and then finding a way to make sense of my own approach with, things that have been proven to work, and then understanding that humans do share learning styles. When you say a visual learner, auditory learner, these are people like you can just type in Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences. The woman who I had as professor this last year, she was in his class. She was co-teacher with him. She's one of the big teachers on the science of learning, science of reading. So it's like there's mad professors who write these things and there's people who live it, and then you combine it all together. You know what I mean? So like 30 different teaching styles, for 30 different students, you don't need it. You don't customize it. You recognize, and how I was taught is one, you recognize that literacy is a real thing. So that's one of the issues that they had in the public school, that literacy was only taught through ELA, and social studies is about learning about maps and shit. Wrong. Everything is literacy, and math is part of literacy. That's one of the new models that's being pushed now, where like everything is literacy. That's like the SAT approach. Like, look, bro, at the end of the day, literacy. The GED is also mapped to that. The GED is mapped to literacy, but it also has a social studies component because of the propaganda of America. And I respect it. It is what it is. But then also has a science component now. I'm not lying. They have a general education. That's why it's a general education. Yeah, it's a general education. You got to have all four of the components. The SAT is only 2 components. So it's more raw literacy, but high comprehensive levels of literacy versus just like, not to disrespect the GED, but GED levels of comprehension and literacy compared to like collegiate or high school level, pure high school level literacy. Even though the GED is the GED is 8th grade literacy.
Hey Q, I just had an idea. First you got to save on this stream and timestamp it at the 2 hours and 50 mark until current. And when you were talking about, the education part, different, aspects, of learning, reading / literacy and stuff. Me personally, I never heard of that. How you broke everything down. Man, you gotta make some YouTube shorts about this, TikTok, make a kick channel, and bruh, you're gonna get a whole different audience, bro.
I ain't mad at you.
Chris, let's look up the 1,000,000-word gap theory.
Man, you look up the 1,000,000-word gap theory, you fucking racist.
Shit, it's not even 1,000,000. I think it's 60 words right now. That's how my professor told me. She was like, it's about 60 to 200 word gap. And in the Black community, it's those 200 words are specifically in the academic world. So that, and then the timing of introduction of those words. Yeah.
1,000,000-word gap there. I'm looking that up. Never heard of that either.
Yeah, the tier 2 language, tier 1 vocabulary, and we mostly use tier 1 vocabulary. So they say in the Black home, tier 1 vocabulary is typically the vocabulary level that is used in the Black home. So that is one of the, and not to blame it on the family, but that's one of the challenges in our community with the type of language that's used. So even when we debate with tier 1 language. We're not using academic language to, articulate our grievances with each other. So the children get stifled with that off the bat. And so if you go to a school and your child is also being force-fed baby language and social studies and science, then they're also going to be challenged with their ability to comprehend on high levels. Then if they're not taught how to understand relationships, proportionality, rates, measurement and distance, their understanding of mathematics in terms of language is going to be disconnected. Then if they're not understanding the parts of communication, and the central parts of communication and how that relates to understanding topics and information and text and how that's connected together, they're going to have a disconnect in how they articulate themselves in terms of understanding argument, rhetorical analysis, like Buddha would say, analogies and all this good stuff. So all of those things are literally connected together. And so a child at 3rd grade who's struggling with that, you just create I can't see first of all, K through 3rd and K through 5th is similar. So I'm not, because I've had parents that made their child repeat. So I'm not even I literally nah, I want my child, I have had several parents that made their kids repeat the year. But I also told them, at the end of the day, I'm gonna make them make that year up. It's not gonna help the Black community putting out 19-year-olds in high school. That's just not gonna work. There's no, I got a new student came in. I'm like, yo, they left him back 2 years. I'm like, bro, your pops is in jail, I think, for life. Like, you in the streets already. You got a young teenager, and they left you back 2 years and they notice. You're fucked. Like, that's what you just told this kid. You just told him, it's over. I'm like, nah. That's my thing I be telling parents, like, yo, bro, how old do you want this child to be when they finish school?
Yeah, then they can't even play any sports if they like sports because they're not eligible.
Oh no, they play the game with sports in New York. They'll find a way to get you playing that basketball court.
What?
They'll find a way to get you to pass. So if you good enough, they still find a way to put you. If you kick that basketball, you run that football fast enough, they gonna get you somewhere. But the reality is like creating a plan that's forward thinking and at the same time reverse from where do you need him to be at this age, and them also recognizing that. You know what I mean? Like a third grader isn't in that space to understand that. So it's on the adult and everybody around them to help them navigate that development. A 13-year-old can create a work plan that's completely, different. That's going to push them forward. 16-year-old, they got to motivate it. I mean, but once you hit like 19, if you ain't got your GED, 17, you're not going to get it till you're about 30.
Bro, man, you dropped some jewels, man. I never heard this stuff, bro.
Hey, Q, I got a question.
Yo.
Yeah, data that says that uniformity also helps in the achievement of students in general who may wear the same uniform or some similar identifier.
I ain't never seen none that says that. I think most of the time that's a waste of time. But there is cultural cohesion with it. I can see people arguing cultural cohesion and classroom cohesion. I'm not a stickler for that area. To me, the school, like in Brooklyn, they got mad charter schools that do that. Them kids be wilding. You know what I'm saying? They go right out of school. They be fighting and they stuff. Like, I be damn, I don't care what you wearing. Like, you come to my, like, nah, we don't get you push-ups, and like, I care more about the actual level of integrity and motivation they have within themselves, and the accountability that you teach them. You know what I mean? And having them understand, like they make accountability wrong in the classroom. So you have to leave a child behind. For me, accountability makes leaving you know that you're behind. So if you say that to a kid in front of a classroom, in some schools, that's abuse. In basketball court, that's not abuse. So I have issues with that because in public schools, they were like, yo, Q, you can't tell a kid in front of other kids they're failing. I'm like, how do they get judged? This is how they learn. When they don't have enough money and they come to school dressed whack, they get joked on. That motivates them to dress nice, or you fall behind. That's the world we live in. So they need to know, like, yo, you're not doing well. And everybody needs to take accountability for it. Like, why would you have a classroom of kids who are all cohorts and peers and have somebody struggling? That's crazy. That the level of the selfishness you teach kids when you allow them to sit next to somebody who's struggling and you got a 90, but the kid next to you got a 40. And then it's just that's it. No, you fail too. We win together, we lose together.
And you know something, man? When I was coming up in school, I was fortunate to be a good student. When I say good student, I was able to comprehend, as opposed to many of my peers. I seen where it began to be cool or the thing to do to be stupid or to not learn. It was crazy. It was like people were doing it on purpose. But I was of another mindset. I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm knocking this shit out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't care what the next person think, or you a goody, or you It was that type of thing going on. And we talking back when I was in like the 7th, 8th, 9th grade, man. I seen it with my own eyes happening. I don't know if it happened before that, but I seen where it was like a stigma to be smart or to be able to comprehend what you're doing in school. It was crazy, man.
Y'all there? Hello? Mic
Yeah.
check, testing.
My bad, I was muted. Nah, yeah, I agree with what you were saying, bro. I was saying some schools have decent, coaches that they developed within the classroom and on the campus. And I'm learning from how schools do it, to help develop what we have as Isrealites. But the community part is no joke. Like that's a major component, especially if you're in the hood. Like it's like they got all boys schools. Like I'm not with the all boys school shit. They make them wear uniforms. Like to me, like it I ain't trying to say nothing insult people, but they got some different schools of thought in different cities and areas, and some work, some don't. The word work depends on who's the mayor and who's the superintendent and who's paying for everything sometimes, because they can make the paperwork look how they want. Obama changed what it means to be out of school. Yeah, he got rid of the dropout. So you know what I'm saying? He changed it from out of school youth. So now the dropout rate got changed because now they changed the dropout to out of school youth. So now you don't have to say dropout, they're just out of school youth. Then they changed it to 23 years old. So now you don't have to say dropout. So now the dropout rate start changing in mass spots because they switched the language up. So the test game, you know what I'm saying? So the test game is also a political game, depending who's in office, depending who's the superintendent. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, depending who's the principal, it could be a punishment. It is a lot. Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, it shouldn't. Yeah, that's.
I remember I said in the chat, I asked the question, do you think a strong social environment will aid a student? And when I was speaking of, it's like, for instance, most kids who are more religious, their social structure revolves around God. But basically what I was saying is people who have a social structure, or children who have a social structure, do you have any data that states that they may perform better?
Yeah, social setting is everything. Yeah, hell yeah. Social setting is everything. That's why parents is always going to be part of the conversation, because you put them in that setting. Like, I love my parents, but I always tell them, like, yo, y'all put me in public school. Yeah, I got in mad trouble. My sister did excellent, but being a young black boy in a school full of young black boys with no leadership, with rap music, what the fuck you think we was gonna do but do criminality and fight and do dumb shit? Everybody wanted to be a basketball player. You got 900 people at the fucking tryouts.
No, but Q, you didn't go down that path. Your dad was in your life. I mean, you make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. But you could have went down a totally different path.
Nah. That's what taught me community matters, because parents have to work. Parents got to do stuff. So they're going to put them in a space where they expect the community to have certain things set up. It don't work like that for everybody. Some kids work with it. Some kids don't. I was a cool ass follower. You know what I'm saying? I was impressionable. So I did dumb shit. I can take accountability for it now. There's a lot of adults.
Everybody's impressionable.
Not everybody takes accountability about that. There's a lot of adults who still not in that space.
I went to school where the teachers, predominantly white, they were actually afraid of us. Um, when I was when I was in, I remember in the ninth grade, around that time, hip hop really just started hitting. They used to allow us to play music in the, just like in the movies, play music in the classroom at a certain
What kind of
time.
school was that?
I'm telling you how it was back then. We was wild. I mean, that's that's the intensity of the culture, the hip hop culture. When it first hit, it was just so concentrated. The immensity of it. Okay, you see it still rocking today, so you can imagine the level of concentration because we knew what we had back then. They couldn't do nothing with us. They literally had to let us do what we wanted to do in class. Like 10 minutes left, okay, crank up the volume with that type of shit. And we dancing and carrying on in school, and the teachers would allow that. What I'm saying is it was because of their indifference. They didn't understand us. Like as I said, they were scared of us, and they just so a lot of our children are being miseducated because we're being educated by people who just don't know what they're doing with us. And that's why I commend you, my brother Q, for what you're doing, man. And I think I told you the last time just how important, or you really, I don't even know if you got the full scope of your importance in what you're doing. But it's it's a monumental thing I think that you're doing. And I don't think you're gonna allow your kids to be freaking off 10 minutes left in class.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's the difference right there. I'm saying the teachers were afraid of us. How you gonna teach me if you afraid of me? You know what I'm saying? I'm that nigga, anybody, I'm afraid I'm not gonna even be around you. If I feel you that kind of a threat, why am I around you? You know, but I understand what they was doing. They was just trying to get paid, but you know, yeah, it was wild like that.
Yeah, it's funny. My homeboy today, they kind of got bothered watching me today because they brought a student to the program, and son is exceptional, and heavy into robotics, and I immediately offered the program for free. I said, "Look, tell your program tell your parents you can come here completely for free. Don't worry about it. Like I got you. Like he's like, yeah, I'm a junior, and his eyes lit up when he came to this place. He didn't see nothing like this spot. And the school he in. And I was like, look, like with your skill sets and what you're doing, but what I could do with you in a year and what you already have, you like, bro, your trajectory is out the roof. Like you need to start right now." And so I immediately went to right now with him. Like, yo, bro, like you like the college they had him looking. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Brooklyn College? That's not a school for fucking engineering. Why would they even have you even looking there? Like you got almost you got a 1300 on your SAT. I can walk you into some schools right now. Like you don't even have to do your last year. You should be doing an internship. Like what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? It's like nah. So like, yeah, well, I'm like, yeah. They're like, there's other kids like I
Hey,
don't know.
peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. Real quick, Q. That last comment, Manissa's mother, it's an ancient Chinese poem, and it speaks towards how environment is the true educator of children. And it starts off with Manissa's father is a warrior and he winds up getting killed. And the mother lives by a graveyard, and she notices that the boy begins, not mocking the dead in regards of making fun of them, but he's pretending to be dead, and he's doing all these things that would go along with that area. So she moves towards the city. When she gets there, she notices, he's starting to pick up those hustler traits. He's real conniving, sneaky, starts only caring about materialistic things. And she moves even further into the city where it's a smaller demographic, but now he's around artists and poets, and the boy eventually became a scholar. Now that represents social changes. You know, the cemetery represents, especially in our time, ancient ways, theology, and the cultivation of a culture. The merchant aspect of it represents the machinery. You get what I mean? How a society and city builds. But the poets and artists and scholarship of it represents governance, completion. But it's all simplified to say how environment is the true educator. It's real simple. I put a quick link in the back chat for you. I gotta get back to work, but it's a good one to help, you know, kind of, because it's real short, sweet, and to the point, but it's a good way to kind of highlight that conversation. Because we tend to forget that education goes beyond a textbook.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lifelong endeavor. You get where I'm
Lifelong
going? And
learning.
like one of the biggest issues we have, and we have to face it at some point, is we all too often, Chris gonna make fun of me. This was my first bar I ever wrote, Q. It's time to teach our
Hear that
kids the
black
value of
basketball.
it's time to teach our kids the value of knowledge, that education is more than a means to occupation after college. I'm like 16, 17 at the time. And in my environment, everybody was preaching, you're gonna go to school so you can get a good job. You're gonna go to school so you get a good job, make good money. Not one person ever said you get an education, so if you don't get a good job, you still know how to survive. You know what to do. You get where I'm going? Now, based off the fact we live in this economic system, yeah, getting to that money is important, but if you're 12 years old and somebody gives you this pack and you can make more than your parents, to that young, fragile mind, that's education that I needed. I'm getting to the money. I'm getting to the bag. Not realizing there's so much more to knowledge, wisdom, and education. But I really, really got to jump off. I just wanted to shoot you with that poem real quick, big bro.
Yeah, I just opened the hell yeah. Don't look. The environment plays a huge part.
And Chris, go home.
Hey, I'm going home tomorrow. I'm in Days Inn right now. I'm in Virginia. Oh, he left.
Hey Q,
Yes, sir.
do you participate or have your students participate in outside events like museums or zoos, parks, things of that nature? Have you elevated to that point where y'all can do that yet?
Yeah, they go to events. We just did something at St. Francis College. We need to do more. We missed this. Well, the invite was sent late for this other event, but we just did something at St. Francis at Brooklyn Bills event. That was really dope. I actually got to upload the footage. I got it on my phone. Yeah, it's the end of the year about to be. We're about to focus on our final like end of the year trip. We have our science fair coming up end of this month. That's about it. Next year's calendar, I'm always open to organizing that. I gotta, align it across the board, make sure we, organize right with North Carolina and New York at the same time and everybody else for this year's rollout. But I'm always open to things and idea. I'm not a calendar person, so meaning that I don't have any holidays I care about. So long as it's beneficial to the kids, I'm showing up. So whatever network is just trying to do it at the top of the summer, and then people come up with stuff during the middle of the year and trying to, organize around that, it'd be challenging. So I try to only accept new ideas at a certain part of the year when it comes to the kids traveling, because I used to try to do that shit anytime. Now I see how other schools look, if you ain't send me the link in January, we not doing it. Nope, it ain't happening. If you ain't sent it to me.
You had to get consent forms and all that stuff like that.
Yeah, all that, even if it's just there's things to micromanage that need to be micromanaged that just it turns into a headache, and you want to do all this stuff for the kid, but it just turns into I used to do the airsoft for the kids. I'm gonna be doing the airsoft again, but I got to put that on the calendar because you want to just it's just extra shit, incidentals. You can manage your incidentals. I say that that's one thing that it manages.
But I'm gonna tell you from my fondest times in school when we would go to events. Back in the late '60s, I'm an old head. Back in the late '60s, when Johnson had passed the Civil Rights Act, it was a lot of money in schools then. So they were able. I mean, the whole city was rocking out, going places like I was saying, to the parks, to the schools. We would just get all kind of culture. And as I got older, I learned that the money diminished from the school budgets and they weren't able to do as many things. And it was, I like the term you use, a micro progression in a downward spiral as far as the educational system here in New York was. It's so, but I was basically pointing out the value of every now and then, you know, even if it ain't nothing but just going to the park and looking at the leaves or some shit. You know, it's just a good thing for students.
Now I'm definitely with that. We got partnerships with gardens for this research project we doing. Hopefully I can put my focus on it this week and get them installed. And we're gonna have to go. I'm gonna get it done this month though. We're gonna have the students install the environmental monitoring kits.
And yo, check this. I mean, we used to go places, right? Okay, so we had a big thing, like a lot of schools. We took like a big trip to Washington, you know, the predominantly black schools, you know what I'm saying? At least in Harlem, and maybe in other boroughs. But we went to the White House, you know what I'm saying? So everybody was scared up to go to the White House. Yo, they knew we was outside. They closed the door on us. They wouldn't even let us in because they knew it was a bunch of niggas outside. Even though we was little niggas, they didn't care. They closed the door on us. They wouldn't even let us in, dude. We went to the monuments and other places, but when we tried to get to the White House, I was geared up to go there. Yo, the level of disappointment in all of us, it was incredible, man. We were heartbroken because that was the main purpose. One of the main things we going to the White House. So yeah, that was crazy. That memory just came back.
Yo, Functional Policies, we start July 6th. I believe the start date for the summer program. I'm supposed to be editing the website right now. I literally was just it was a complex week, to say the least. So complex week. So yes, I was just using this stream to unwind, but I gotta fix up the applications and everything. I'm a little behind. Everything is behind. It's trying to. Life is like catching up to that car that's a little bit faster than you. Sometimes very much faster than you, but you still drive. As long as you still driving, you racing, you get in between it and trying to catch up. Yeah, but definitely I appreciate the offer. Email me. You know, you got my email, qbutter@gmail or info@the Institute. I've said earlier in the other stream too, like it's really we're approved, Chris. Yeah, we're approved in Nevada. I got my vendor number as an education service provider in Nevada. We got our education service provider vendor number in North Carolina. We have to get the school inspection done. I've been waiting to get the fire alarm system done, and I'm trying to get it done with the previous company because they already have the cellular unit installed in there for our pull switch and suppression system. So I don't want to have to go to another company because they want $2,500. I don't have the $2,500, and I don't want to pay $2,500 even though I had the $2,500. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's where we are right now. So I'm working on that. And we still got to do the sanitation inspection. We got to get this done in May so we can get listed on the website, man. So I know you got to get listed on the website and get it on the popping. So, you know, all donations, all support, we're going for that. And everything during the summertime to cover New York, make sure New York is running so I can go around and just focus on enrollment. So that's the game plan, team. the game plan. That's the game plan. That's the game plan. So yes, please keep contributing, keep supporting, keep donating. I know we expanded to 12 states. Programs is running. Looking for more people to get involved. And just get involved, you know what I mean? But I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll definitely get it done. Non-stop work. We're in 3 states right now. You know what I'm saying? We're in 12 states, but we literally approve. Yeah, GA, I gotta actually do GA over. I did that when we resubmitted, and I have to do the address. And I was gonna use Michi address. Where's Chris at? Chris, maybe I use your business address. I gotta use an address for for my business, yo. They denied it because I used one of the was it Postal One sites. I gotta make sure I go cancel that thing, but yeah, we used one of those. So yeah, I'm behind, yeah. I don't think I could do it on the weekend. So Monday, we'll be back on it Monday. Either I speak to Michi, maybe DJ Charm, maybe one of the parents in Douglasville or wherever they're at. And one of the parents, I just didn't get to sit down and focus on Georgia to redo the filing. But I'm glad you just reminded, because you're the second person today that just said that to me, actually. So, or brought that up. So I definitely will focus on Georgia, making sure that's set up. And I want to get Florida done. Florida will complete the coast. Not to complete it, but Florida, we want to get Florida done. Thinking I got to go to look at the other states. Metal, we got to look at the other states. All I remember is Florida. I think Tennessee. Yeah, Florida, Tennessee. I don't remember the other states. I don't know. You got to ask Metal. Or I got to go look at. I remember. Why don't put your stuff in the chat, Chris? Text it to me, bro. So that means you're gonna be the registered agent, Chris. That's what you gotta be. That's what Michi's gonna be, my registered agent. So that way, you're the registered agent for the government. So that way, if anybody has to service anything, they're gonna be like, "Yo, I sent that shit to Chris." So I was gonna do it with Michi. Yeah, I'm like, come on, I couldn't just. And I don't know why they wouldn't let me pay for. I didn't actually look if I could. I think I'm paying for 3 of them already. I'm not trying to pay for any more, honestly. So, yep, I'm using my cousin's address. So we get no official space. It is what it is, baby. So all you're doing is mailing us stuff. And then the other spots charged by the mail. I ain't gonna lie, they already started sending mail to these spots. So I'm like, yo, I ain't paying for no envelope. How much you charge for 10 envelopes? Damn, son. But yeah. So Georgia's definitely up in the, you know what I'm saying? We got Texas. So that's there. So yeah, we need a strong infusion of like, I want to say 20K right now. See, I know the numbers don't sound right to y'all. They be like, yo, Q, you need to say 100. I'm just being real with y'all. 25,000 and it's flying right now. 35,000 is the actual number we shooting for. $35,000. I can pay the rent in New York for 3 months. I ain't got to worry about it. Summer programs can run. I can have the summer youth there, have the employee to work with them. Boom. I can go on tour, spend mad money on marketing in North Carolina. Will be improved in Indiana. The private school will be up and running in North Carolina. I can spend some money running and renting a location in Brooklyn and a public school. Yo, you stupid. You said you got to read all of those. Yo, that was funny. Yeah, so got to rent another location in Brooklyn. But that's why we need 35 real. Yeah, I might do that. I got to do no GoFundMe. I'm going to do that all this weekend because we need 35 ASAP. And it's on and popping, son. It's on and popping. Like, I ain't going to lie. This 35, we shouldn't need to come back to the community like that. Like, it should, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all could just, whatever you want, but we flying off this 35. I ain't even going to lie to y'all. That's 35. Ooh, yeah. So let me get my hands on 50. Oh, man, we flying. We flying. Like, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I said, yep. flying. Get 200 kids enrolled in North Carolina, flying. Gonna get 60 to 75 new kids in Brooklyn, flying. 15 kids in Indiana. Know anybody in Indiana? Let them know we program. Then also, so I can't say it yet because I didn't get the email yet. So hopefully this week we'll have our official candidacy email. Because he started sending me the candidacy package, but he didn't tell me we got the candidacy yet. Once we get candidacy status, the marketing, everything's going to change to the marketing because we're going to have a logo on the website now. Official candidate for accreditation with this agency is lit. So, it's lit. So I'm like, what? I'm just, my fingers is like, I'm antsy as hell. Every day, so I'm like, this whole weekend is working on the website, enrollment package, going through all the programs. That's why when you ask about the summer program, I actually have to tweak all of the language of our pricing. I'm not going to lie. Why? Because the states are paying for our summer programs in different areas. I don't know what Georgia has available in terms of it. So in Indiana, they actually can use ESA money to pay for your summer program. So once we're approved and you're somebody in Indiana, you can use your ESA money to pay for our summer program. And of course, parents, we work with your budget regardless if you have ESA money or not. I will always work with you. We will always work with you. With income based, all about equity, educational equity, right, Damo? Yeah. Shout out to Royal Minds too. Make sure y'all go show that my Fanny Royal Minds, man. Definitely the fams over there. But yeah, man. This weekend we trying to get that network engineering rack. I want to level up the network engineering for Akasha. So I ain't gonna lie, that's shortbread. So little $100, $200. I got some people on Facebook selling some racks and real quick. So I'm trying to get like 3 racks inside of the space. So the kids can actually build real networking gear shit. You know what I'm saying? I bought 2 routers. We bought 1 router today, sis. 1 Cisco router, 1 Netgear switch. I have 2 other switches. We have 2 other switches. One non-commercial grade router. And hopefully by next week we'll have maybe like, I don't know, I think she want to do. Yeah, we got Cisco Packet Tracer. If I show you the layout, all the students are on Cisco Packet Tracer right now, bro. And next year we're implementing it from day 1, and we're introducing it from kindergarten going up from now. We already going. If you want to talk about the Titans, how we can break down, like that's literally what we're going to be focused on. Breaking the language down to the K through 3rd because it's not difficult. They already them kids already understand freaking computers. So they understand Wi-Fi, they understand landlines, they understand Bluetooth, like they understand connectivity, understand speed, bandwidth. They may not know a protocol, but they're in the world in which protocols rule. And so I don't think the K through 3rd is going to have an issue with understanding the material. We're just going to bring it to their level. And it's just about topic introduction. So that way, when they get to 4th through 5th grade, they're acclimated to it. So by the time, the goal is by the time they're coming out of 8th grade, they should be strong enough to, start taking some of the tests. But if not, have the skill sets to be proficient in creating their own business or, so on and so forth. So I'm all with that. Yeah, Cisco Packet Tracer. No, bro, we're going to have that up and running within a week. You're going to see the network engineering. Like, I don't want to say I'm obsessed because my bread is all over the place. But I'm obsessed, though. I'm just letting y'all know I'm obsessed. I got a bunch of motors to buy. We have to rebuild the robot. And I wanted the OD. It's just bread is all over the place. I ain't gonna lie. So I wanted the OD on the robot, but we're gonna focus on that next year. But I'm lying. No, we're gonna make the 2nd robot. I wanted to make a 3rd one with wheels and all this other stuff, but they were just gonna do some hydraulic stuff. I don't know. That's going down. Let me see what else. And we might make this also demonstration stuff too. Important skills given demand for data centers that HVAC fundamentals, thermodynamics could really take them far. Yeah, we definitely implementing that. We dabbled with Arduino and little miniature projects that are like analogous to HVAC. And then being in this space and then looking at what scaling we need for HVAC and the commonalities. So I actually started delving into like the common units that's around. I remember Mike came around and said, yo, the compressor. I'm like, bro, I don't know nothing about no damn compressor. And I've never did any HVAC. Then I sat down and read it up a little. I was like, oh, all right. Started following some dudes online. So to see how we can, I think I want to micro align our program to it. That's something we can discuss in the summertime with my engineers in the chat. Like, do we want to introduce HVAC next year? Or do we want to align it with within engineering and electrical and physical computing embedded systems? But yeah, I think the micro alignment is what we're going to be doing next year. So the core skill sets transfers to any of the, whatever industry. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, y'all definitely continue to support, donate, contribute, volunteer. Yeah, it's up. If you know anybody in Ohio, definitely looking to connect with somebody. We're looking for a principal in Ohio. Trying to find somebody before the start of next year's school year. Who knows? We get something on the ground running. Texas, we plan to be filing our registration for ESAs in December. They opened it up earlier. So I would love to have a space rented in Texas, but I don't think we're gonna fall into. I really don't understand how that works, honestly. Once they told me it was closed, I got to go in and look at the new deadlines and just double check all the deadlines for Texas. When exactly it opens. I don't know. I'm gonna be looking at that. I think I'm gonna look at it tomorrow and just double check, make sure I don't miss any dates. Because Texas is gonna be a big thing. Definitely a big thing. But like I said, we get our accreditation candidacy status, hopefully this letter this week. I filed everything. Everything is submitted. Right now they want me to film my classes as evidence, and I got to make a 10-minute video of the program. Yeah, I'm just hyped. Like, yes, I'm gonna be working on that and organizing that and all my evidence of instruction. You said love working with Arduino. I just wish I was more creative to think up ideas to build. Use ChatGPT and take pictures. And it's not, remember that the creative aspect is a functionality. So let the purpose drive the creativity. So what are you trying to solve? And then from there, the routes to the solution is where the creativity is found. So, so there's always areas for creativity. Working on a water projection tool to water plants on your patio is not going well. So one, probably what's going to be challenging for you is if you're using the 5-volt relays or if you're going to drive the motors from Arduino yourself. So that would be the first thing. So if you want to control the motors and the speed of the motors and the flow of the motors, you're not going to use the relays. You're going to want to use motor drivers. Then depends on the size of the motor pumps and the motor drivers you're going to be using. And more than likely, you're going to be using an actual 24-volt or 12-volt pump, right? Or you're going to have how do you do it? Because I know some people directly just put the hose and then they have the sprinkle on it. Then you got the pump. So you got to think about it. So if you want to have it where the valve is controlled, you can have the valve controlled, and then it's just a matter of, to put in the apparatus that's going to control the movement of the valve. You could put a top loading servo. You could put a slow linear actuator on it. You could do a screw linear actuator, control the rotation of the valve. You do a bunch of things like that. Then from there, then it's just a matter of the flow. You got flow. My bad. I love this stuff. I haven't used my flow rate monitor for Arduino yet. I bought one, but I didn't use it yet. Yeah, but let me know what's not going. I'm obsessed with this stuff, and GA as well. Single stepper motor for the XY. On you talking about for the valve? But for the valve, I'm confused. You want to control the valve or the hose? That's what I'm thinking you're trying to do. If you want to have the hoses already there, you have the pre-layout for the hoses, so the sprinkler just pops out, pours, the water pops out. So you just want to turn the hose off and on? Or is it a pump system? That's what I need to know. Having selected the pump XY axis. I don't know what the XY axis needs. Because the pump is just going to flow the water. And then it's just a matter of you monitoring the flow of the water. So you have your flow rate monitor. And then you have the pump. And depending on the type of pump you want to have, determines but I mean, the flow rate monitor is going to work with the pump. So the Arduino, the controller is going to read whatever the flow rate monitor tells you. And that'll let you know you could put two of them, one before the water hits the exit, the sprinkler points, and then after. So a rotating platform that the hose sits on. I wouldn't do it like that. Depending on the way your yard is set up, no articulate, 290 degrees, flow has changed to send water to plants at different distances. You're just shooting the water from one side. Like that's like stuff I would let see. That's like, yeah, that's mad creative. I just tell my students, I would have my students work on that too. Like that's real life stuff. Yeah, yeah. Do you want the hose to retract? You know what I mean? You could do a whole retractable hose system. You know what I mean? You could do a bunch of different stuff. I can, yeah, my brain running on just 3 in the morning, good weed. I freestyle all types of ideas. Take a picture of it and join it and put it in the email. Send it like, oh, I freestyle a bunch of stuff. See, now I want to go study. You know what I'm saying? Gotta study more. Gotta study more, man. I want to step my linkages up this year. Linkages, kinematics, and my inverse kinematics. Yep. All right, you said referencing that Crunch Labs rubber band shooter. Do I use? He said Crunch Labs what shooter? The hell is this? I don't know. But yeah, baby. Yo, Dev, you still there? All right. Oh, you still there? Nikes and Reeboks, baby. I didn't see the Amazon package booby trap. Sounds fun. With the bomb? Mm-mm. Just sounds, devious. But yeah, Black family, good build today. Y'all watch this later on. Hope y'all get some good jewels out of this, motivated. Got a couple more minutes, but tell you I'll take my black ass to the crib. Had to relax for the Friday. Kick some gems. You know what I'm saying? Kick some gems for the black folk.
GQ didn't show up?
Oh, you still there, GA? There? You scared that shit out of me.
Yeah, just pin the link up. We got it.
All right, I didn't know you was there. Sound like you was slumped, son.
Yeah, back and forth.
Shit, I was seconds away from hitting that end button.
What happened to Marley?
Who?
Marley wasn't up here?
Nah. I was James and stuff, but man, I don't think James was there no more.
Yeah, you on set schedule. Yeah, just pin it up before you leave out. Yeah. Okay. Rock it on up. Rock it on.
You sure you there though? So I don't know no damn moments.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the videos. I'll be upstairs. Some videos I wanted to go over. What's up, fallacies? Yeah, trying to come up with one way to teach every single child. One magic method. No, everybody gonna learn different. Like y'all learn different. Customized teaching. Yeah, customized teaching for anything. Which who you talking about? I think Q got his thing on the banner that's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. I think. Oh yeah, there you go. You got it.
Yeah, that's the. I can give you the GoFundMe one too, but that's the PayPal. That's PayPal, right? That's the PayPal fundraiser. We got regular PayPal too, but that's the fundraiser one. That's the charity one. You can keep that for your receipts. But please do file your taxes when you donate to us. Please, man. Contact us if you like GQ, one of the high rollers, even donating. It's all my mans. All my mans have been supporting. Free deity. I mean, definitely want to shout out everybody, man. Been holding it down.
Yeah, free deity, man. Yeah. Shit going down. Motherfuckers going through some shit. It's always some motherfuckers going through some shit. We gonna always go through some shit. That's how progress is measured. How much stuff did you go through?
Yeah, if you listening, deity, man, hold your head, baby. We're gonna be around when they're finished all that nonsense. All that when you finish, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna be here. I might be a lot older, a lot less hair though. But yeah, family.
Christian bailed out with the economic report. Yeah, no economic news. Yeah, economic news gonna be quite tricky the next few weeks, next few months. Everybody trying to get to the oil bag. Knowledge born. Peace, peace. Yeah, I haven't been really following the Middle East situation too tough, too close lately. But everybody's being affected one way or the other. There's some stuff going down on my block. Might be some activity going on my block right now. Well, some people, I would say most people in America can't differentiate black people from America and try to combine the two. That's why the political conversation is so convoluted, especially Democrat and Republican.
Right.
You still there, Dad? I'm about to end this one.
Yeah, if ain't nobody gonna participate, I think you might as well shut it off. Then we start it back up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your knowledge was goody.
Peace, knowledge.
We tap back in, y'all. We tap back in. Black power, black power, black mother power.
So.